Right, I'm here. Another live stream. So, who's here? Say hello in the chat so I know who's here. And we'll get to figuring out what we're going to do today. I've got a few projects we can do. And I don't know what we're going to work on yet. Got no idea. Have to figure that out. And I'm joined by Tom, just there. Tom, who says I don't know what I'm doing. I think he heard me. So, yeah, like I said, if you're here, say hello in the chat. I can't do much of it unless you're in the chat talking to me. Hey, David. I just would like to know who's here, because the whole purpose of a live stream is for me to communicate with you and chat to you all and have discussions. Otherwise I'll just make another video. So I don't know what I'm going to work on yet. I've got a bunch of projects here which I haven't even shown anywhere yet. Like in the background there, you can see I've got a pile of things just there, a pile of things just there, and a pile of things just there, but behind Tom, who's nice. Thanks, Tom. That's great. That's what we want to see on the live stream. Anyway, so these are things which I picked up at auction. And I haven't even powered them up, haven't looked at them, haven't done anything at all with them at all. I've also got one more big object, which I showed in the very first auction score photo I did a few months back now. And that's still sitting there, I haven't looked at that either. So, it's a bit bulky though, so I probably don't want to do that on live stream, it's a bit awkward. So I'd rather look at smaller things. So, yeah. Yes, he certainly is. He's doing a good job of cleaning himself, yes. Hopefully he goes to sleep in a minute. Looks like he's about to. Yeah. So he should leave me alone, hopefully. Not going to hassle me. He's already done that this morning. So, yeah. Like I said, I've got different things we can work on. I've got no plan. As always, we'll just wing it. See what happens. I haven't even looked at see if I've got manuals for these things. I haven't got manuals, so I haven't even tried to find anything. So, hey Dave. So, I should probably try and find manuals for them. I was going to do it for the live stream, but I completely forgot about it. I just remembered. I suppose I worry about it and decide what I'm going to work on. I suppose I should stick a poll up, so we can get that underway. Start a poll. Here we go. What the hell are these things? Right, that one there. Get this right. Some of these things are almost identical. In fact, they were sold as the same unit, but they're not the same unit. So that's quite funny. What the hell was that thing? Like I said, I haven't even powered these things up. So I've got no idea if they even power up, if they even work properly. They might even work fine. I've got no idea. I've got like a stack of stuff which I don't even remember what's in there. Let me spell that right. Not if I put an O in it, no. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. It's very quiet in here. Where is everyone? Normally people are in a bit quicker than this. Maybe I should have advertised it a bit more. Didn't publish it very much, did I? Let's just go onto my Patreon very quickly and chuck it on there as well, just in case Patreon supporters want to drop in too. Let's do that. I didn't advertise it on Patreon, I chucked on Twitter just now. Let's try it. Yeah, I did a bit of a bad job of advertising this thing. Go on, who else is in here? I know there's other people here watching. So, if you're here, drop by in the chat and say hello. Don't be shy. Tom will be disappointed. Tom will be disappointed if not enough people turn up. Just look at him. He's just waiting for it. Yeah, Ian will hopefully drop by. I mean, once he sees it, I mean, I don't know. He's usually here fairly early on. I don't know. He usually drops in. We'll see. Who knows, he could be busy. I didn't advertise this very early on. Only a couple of days ago I put it up, didn't I? So, I imagine you would have seen it though. Let's look at the poll. How's it going so far? 5 votes. Well, the pulse generators aren't getting me well. No one's voted for those yet. Alright. So, I better look for the HP 5315A counter manual, since I don't have that yet. And it looks like it might need that. Just give me a minute. This might be one. I don't know. Oh, there's Xdev's got it as well. Maybe. Oh, let's go back there. Xdev's might have it. In which case, it's a good source. No. That's something else, a suspension somewhere. Okay. Right. Did it actually get a manual? Operating on service manual, apparently. That's cool. So let's just have a look. See what's in it. Does it have diagrams in case we need them? So if we do work on that thing, I've got no idea how to use it. Haven't even powered the thing up yet. Haven't plugged it in, done nothing with it. It's just been sitting there since I got it. I haven't seen the schematics yet. Kind of need that. There's a bad board layout. Some of the test points. Terrible scans. Might try and find a better one. It's got parts lists. No circuit diagrams in that one, which is not good. Better keep looking. Here of course. Hey Rob. Yeah, so I'll try and find a decent manual for this. Only one with diagrams in it, because no diagrams isn't much point, is there? Okay, let's keep looking, see if we can find another one. There must be one with diagrams in it somewhere. There must be. This is why I should have done this beforehand. A and B. Okay. This one's any better. Hopefully this is a better scan. It's looking about the same actually. Maybe slightly better. Parts list, layouts, and no diagrams. You guys got to choose something I can't find a diagram for. That's going to be irritating. Yeah, it is an A. It is an A version. Didn't get that wrong. Okay. I think all the ones out there are the same, but no diagrams in them. Don't want that. Oh, everyone's 67% now. Everyone seems to want this one. Oh dear. Come on. Hoping to find one. I'm on Scribe D right now, but they want me to download to sign up to it. I think I did it when you have an account once, but I don't remember, that was ages ago. There's layouts and stuff. Looks like the same scans. Yeah, all the same. No circuit diagrams in that one either. Oh, bugger. You want me to look at those things and I've got no diagrams. That could be interesting. 5315B, you reckon? Okay. Well, I don't know what the differences are. Let's see what we can find then. That's not the kind of manual I want. Why do these things always do this bloody weird? Let's have a look. This one's downloading straight away. Except it's not a virus. Yeah, I don't know. Let's keep looking. Some on eBay. Right, download's finished. Let's have a look. Looks like the same version. This is A/B. Skimming through it. Layouts again. Looks like the same scans. And no diagrams. This is a great success. I really should have done this beforehand. Yeah, no diagrams in here. Unless I'm missing it because it's in the middle of the manual, maybe? I don't know. Let's look through more closely. There's a block diagram. It looks fairly comprehensive. I'm just surprised there's no diagrams. Yeah, no diagram in that either. Yeah, this is a great success. Same instrument metal case. All right. Hey Ray. All right. Okay. It's a different casing. Instead of plastic, it's metal. Right. Well, let's look for circuit diagram, or maybe I'll find circuit diagram itself, maybe standalone or something. Oh, apparently Tony Orbis has done a video on one of these things with a B version. Hold on. Group CIOs mentions diagrams. There's some better layouts. Modifications to the unit? No, that's not what I'm looking for, is it? A4 board schematic. That's better than nothing. Let's save that. That's something. I don't know, this is not a great success so far, is it? Let's save the image as well, that might be relevant. That's the A4 board. It's a nicer layout diagram, I guess. I think that's referencing the clock. It's still better than nothing, isn't it? You never know, might get lucky. Maybe it's that. Well, I can see a photo of it inside the service manual. Oh, this is this. No. Oh, I just got a text from someone. Oh, okay, interesting. Right. Oh, it's a tiny picture. I can't even bother with that one. Yeah, so it's like trying to find diagrams is going to be a problem. Is it buffering? I've dropped 57 frames, which is a little bit unusual. Diagrams at any manual? Yeah. Well, I don't see any manuals with diagrams in. Where's the diagram you found? You found one. You have got scan you downloaded from somewhere. Oh, right. So you got a physical scan. I've lost 57 frames. That could be when I was downloading stuff. It's not dropping anymore. Well, if I can't find a diagram, it's going to be harder. It might mean that David had to do the troubleshooting for us. Mind you, often does anyway. 82%. Oh, and it's only 11 volts. Only 11 votes so far. Come on, someone vote for something else. Everyone else has to vote for a signal generator. That's pulse generators instead. I'm sure I'll find the diagram. So it might even have one. I was actually thinking I might have done a repair on one of those things before. Ages ago. It looked familiar. I know I've got something very similar to these. I did it on live stream actually. What have I got here? That's a... What's it called? It's a 80 series. 8012. I've got an 8012 manual already. So I've already repaired one of these things before. And what I remember it being was the lever. One of the switches. The actual lever was broken off it. And one of the things I did to it was 3D print a new lever for it and fitted that in to repair it. And I think I also had to do some electronic repairs inside. I think there was an amplifier which was blown, or buffer or preamp or something like that in there, one of the bolts. So I've worked on 8012 before, which probably means I've already got one sitting around somewhere, because I don't think I've sold it. I think I've still got it somewhere in my other lab out there where I'll keep all my storage. Everything you see me do videos about, very few things I've actually sold, not from lack of trying, but a lot of stuff I've still got. So I've got a lot of stuff sitting around. So yeah, I've got a manual for the 8012. So everyone needs to vote for the 8012 now, okay? Because I've got a manual for that one. Yeah. We'll see how that goes, I suppose. Alright. Can you email it? Yeah, you can. I'll put my email address here, which isn't exactly secret because it's on my YouTube page. I will delete it again, so let me know when you've got it and I will delete it back off the chat. I don't want to sit in there for spam bots to find. Danger Mouse, yes, Danger Mouse. I've got a Danger Mouse shirt somewhere. So let me know when you've got that email address, David, and I'll delete it back off. And yeah, so in fact you can probably delete it off, can you? Because you're a mod. You might better delete it yourself. Yeah, so if you get the manual and with the diagram, that'd be great. Yeah, that one too. I vaguely remember that one. How long ago was that? I have to look it up. When did I do that one? Is it just me? I'm sitting a bit low in the frame. I think I am. No, it's just drop down a little bit. This looks a bit weird. Electronics and repair. HP 8012. 8012. That was 8 years ago. Did that 8 years ago. Yeah, December 2018. You, David, you got the email address yet? Don't want to leave it out there too long before spam bots find it. Right now I don't get much spam on that particular email address, which is quite good. So, it looks like we're going to be looking at that thing. It's looking like it's going to be a winner. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I haven't dropped any more frames, still only 57, so it must have been when I was downloading manuals. I haven't posted a dash cam. No, I do. I've got a separate channel for dash cam. I've moved it all to a different channel. So it's separate. Okay. Hey Kim, how's it going? Yeah, it's been a while, Kim. My dash cam is called NZ Dash Cam. I haven't got a link to it, have I? Have I got a link to it somewhere? Give me a minute. Let me find this bloody thing, and I'll chuck a link up there for you. And switch accounts. I don't have it linked anywhere, so I think it's actually on my main channel. If you look at my main screen on my channel, I think it's linked in there somewhere. Yeah, let's switch back in case we get confused later on. Right, it's there. I post a couple of videos a year, 1 or 2 a year. I don't do much on there. Mostly it's me swearing at people for being stupid. I think that's kind of what it sums up, really. Thanks, David. Yeah, so there's a lot of me swearing at people for being idiots and doing stupid stuff in front of me, or being stunned at the stupidity, or my wife being exasperated about someone doing something scaring her. So yeah, here's David's email. AVG, right. Let's pop that somewhere. And move this. I've got all this stuff cramming everywhere. Right. Put that in there. Is that the whole manual? Oh, that's much nicer than the ones I saw. That's a much nicer scan. I suppose I could have looked at places like KO44BB. That's usually pretty good for finding stuff, but I didn't. Somebody doesn't tend to come up in search results, so I tend to forget about it. Oh, that's a much nicer video. It's a much nicer manual than all the other ones I found. This is the best by far. I'll take it you scan this in. Okay, let's open this up in the top window. We'll share this because this is looking like this is what we're going to be working on, doesn't it? Shove that up there, make it bigger. And maybe not quite that big. Top screen, here we go. So this is what David sent me. And I think it's like, is it a 20 megabyte, a 25 megabyte limit on email generally? So it's under that limit, it's quite good. I was lucky. That's a beautiful manual. Look at that. That's a really nice scan. And like, so these look really good. This is far better than the other one I saw. Far better. You can actually make out what the internal pictures are. Yeah, nice. Very nice. Yeah, these things you can barely make them out on the other ones. They're definitely better. Excellent. And diagrams, which is what we're missing in the other ones. I almost didn't go down this far. Brilliant. I got that one. I think it was that one. Yeah, I did find that diagram. But yeah, great to have all the diagrams for it. Brilliant. Thanks for that, David. Downloaded it from somewhere. Okay. Yeah, it certainly is a nice diagram, and manual is much better. We'll zoom into diagrams here. How readable these? Oh yeah, good enough. Certainly good enough. Yeah, you can make sense of that. That's great. Power supply, it's always the first bit you start with. Okay, well, it's looking like we're going to be looking at this thing. 360 module. A7. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a good start. Much better. Okay. So you've got something to look at. Now, what will probably find after all this is that we'll go to look at this thing and find that the unit works perfectly fine. I don't need to repair anything. Although we've got two chances to get one which doesn't work, I suppose. I've got these at auction, so I've absolutely no idea about history. I've got nothing. I don't know condition. I don't know if they work. No clue whatsoever. Can have battery packs. Ooh, wonder if we've got a battery pack in there. Right. It's got mechanical switches which might need cleaning. Could always hope for that, couldn't we? Easy fix. It's a battery pack option information. So maybe refer to that if we need to. Right. Okay, cool. So let's have a look at the voting now. The bits and pieces now 20%. It's catching up. I think the counter's got it, but you know, 73% people want to look at the counters, and I've got two of them, so you know, there's a chance. There's a chance. So let's get some lighting going and get that bench set up, and we'll get a counter over there. We'll pick one and see what happens. It might go bang, you never know. It might plug in and go pop. Could be really exciting. Or not. Desk. Yeah, that's top of your desk. Kind of there, I suppose. Maybe I'll bring it down a bit. If I can. As you can see, it's a bit messy. That's not exactly unusual for me, though. Yeah. I will change to the HDMI camera, the video camera I normally use as well. And obviously I'll record video about it at the same time as whilst doing it. So we'll be able to do both. Okay, I'm going to end the poll. I think it's pretty clear what we're going to be doing. Right. Let's get one of the units over here. But like I said, I've got two of them. They're slightly different. That's not the right one. I need to get the other place. Picking up the wrong thing. I need the counters. The counters are the same. I was thinking about the pulse generators. It's all lights. And let's wake the camera up. Okay, let's get the HDMI camera running. Let's change views. Here we go. It's a bit easier to see like that, isn't it? Okay, you've got one of these yourself, so you know how to use them. Great, you can probably guide me through it. Seeing as I don't have a clue. Alright, let's go here and jump on this so I can see the live chat. Okay, live chat. It always shows top. I don't want top messages, I always want all messages. Not just the ones that YouTube thinks are the top message. How's one message more important than another? Seriously. Alright. Wish the font was a bit bigger. Make it stand out a bit more easily. I could glance at it then. Alright. So these are the two units I've got. SST 30 volt 50 Hz only. Nothing marked on this one. On the back, got a switch for something. Internal, external. I guess that's what that means. For that. T60 battery C channel. T60 battery C channel. All ticked. So these might have batteries inside them. 216 to 230. Yep, that's fine. The voltages are set correctly then. Very different ages. So that's 2204, so that's 82, and this one's 85 because it's 2536. So they're very slightly different ages, even though they look very similar. I think I did see a difference. Yeah, these buttons are different colour buttons here. It's not so obvious on camera probably, but these are cream coloured, these are grey. Got a knob missing there, didn't notice that before. Bit of a shame. Okay. I blame Tom, I reckon Tom stole it. Hey Ian. Heavy rod. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube does it. It's just the top message things that irritate. Constantly you have to change it. Every time, I'm always changing it. You know, it's just ridiculous. Surely YouTube should realise people want to see all the messages, not just the ones that you think you should read. Yeah, rant time, rant. So, which one? The newer one or the older one? Let's look at the older one, shall we? Let's go with the older one. It's bound to be worse, isn't it? Because I've got these at auction, so I've got no idea what these are like. We could always open up before we power it up, I suppose. We could always do that. Alright. And I also want to record video, which is why I buy these things in the first place, to record video. Just how I can turn off the calling system. Yeah. Alright, let's zoom right out. With this video camera, I'm noticing, I don't know, maybe I was getting more fussy about it, but the periphery of this video camera, I'll blame Ian, is blurry, right? Over here, it's blurry, and over here it's focused like that kind of, the lensing on this. Lensing's probably not really adequate for the wide angle. So what I tend to do is zoom in a bit and have the video camera a little bit further away. That gets rid of some of that blurring on the outer edges. Because sometimes I'm doing something and I think, okay, I'm in shot because, you know, I'm towards the side, but you look in the video, it's like it looks a bit blurry. So I have to kind of watch out for that now. It's not too big a deal. It's something I've got to allow for. That's all. Like I said, I blame Ian. It's all Ian's fault. Reason being is that it's the same video camera Ian uses, and he recommended it to me, so it's definitely Ian's fault, right? It's fine. Ian sent me a whole bunch of demo video and stuff from his one, and shots from his one, so I could see what it looked like before I purchased one. So I knew what I was getting into. It's fine. Right. I'm still going to blame him anyway. Let's get this camera a bit further away. Maybe not behind a soldering iron. Maybe a bit better, wouldn't it? Maybe get the reflections off there. Okay, let's do a video on this thing. So today we're going to look at this. This is a HP 5315A universal counter. No idea what it's like. Don't know if it works. Don't know if it powers up. Don't know if it's completely dead. Got no idea about condition. This is one of the auction school items, as you would have seen from the video title. I purchased a whole bunch of stuff at auctions recently, and this is one of them. I've actually got two, so I will be doing a second video on another unit, or maybe in this one. It depends. This video might be perfectly fine, because this item is perfectly fine. It may be that we open it up, have a look, and it's perfectly fine, and there's nothing to do a video about. This could be nothing, but I'm going to assume we're going to be working on it, so we're going to start from there. So the first thing I'll do is figure out how to take it apart. Now this one is actually split as having TCXO, battery and C channel. So the battery is the concerning one. Hopefully it's not still in there. Hopefully it's not leaked if it is still in there. Now the serial numbers are 2204, which would make that 1982. It's got an internal external switch here, which has been written on by hand, which is quite interesting. And it's got the correct voltage range for my country, which is fine. I got it from this country, but the other parts I've got from the same auction suppliers, same auction house, and they've had 115 volt or 120 volt, whatever it is, set up on them instead. So, okay, screws under there. Oh, look, got some operating information. You know, have a look at that. Maybe it helps someone. I don't know. Maybe. Fortunately, lighting's a bit of a pain. Try and get it so it's readable. There you go. I should probably read that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to stumble my way through as usual. Alright, let's open this up and have a look inside it before we power it. Now I'm currently doing this as part of a live stream, so if you see me, well, if you hear me waffling on about things which don't make sense, it's probably because I'm talking about the live stream. Or, like I said, this could be a nothing video and doesn't go anywhere and doesn't become anything. Okay, extra washer on that one. Was one missing, I'm quite sure. Alright, let's do this one. The tilting barrel can probably stay there. Which side comes off? Is the bottom side or the top side? It's a sandwich. Okay. Lovely. Designed for servicing. Don't we love that? Okay. Well, battery's been removed. Brilliant. Here's the wires for the battery. Been taped down. We've got an exposed connection just here. There's no shroud on that. So it's a good thing it's taped down, not flapping around everywhere, because that would have been really bad. Yes. Okay, let's have a close look. You might adjust the camera a little bit. Let's do that. Hey Shvent, how's it going? There we go, now we can zoom in a little bit. What's the best way of doing this? Yeah, like that maybe. Okay. Right. There's the inside. Not a huge amount in there. Got some tantalums. That's always going to be exciting. We'll see. We'll see if we get some smoke out of it. Tantalums tend to blow up if the power supplies aren't perfect. The IEC connector here has got an earth pin, but there's no earthing. There is no earth. It's not connected to anything, which is concerning when you've got terminals like this on the front. Surprised they're not earthed. Okay. Interesting setup, definitely. So we've got some axial caps here. Not much in it as far as capacitors, which is good. It's looking pretty good. Can't really see anything to worry about at this stage, at least. And let's look at this side, which is the battery side of it. If I can try and get this in shot somehow. There you go. Guess that's like power supply stuff there. It's probably a fuse or something, I don't know what that is. But yeah, I mean, you've got the battery wires here which go into this, so it must be power supply system or charging system or something. It's got its own fuse there. I wonder what that is. Maybe it's capacitor. It's got HP branding on it though, so I don't know. Could be anything. Could find out, but not gonna bother. Okay, so it looks okay inside. I think this needs like a shroud put over that connector there. It's not gonna have a battery put back in it again, so I'm just gonna zoom out again. So I'm gonna get something to put over that to cover that up, rather than relying on the tape to hold it out of the way. Yes, thanks, Vin. Good point. Everyone should definitely push the like on the video. Everyone should always do that. I've got some little connector shrouds here somewhere. Let me get them. I've reorganised the shelf recently, it's a bit awkward. Let's have a look. I've got some soft ones here. There we go. Hopefully I can stretch it over it. We may be able to. I'll give it a go. One of these things. I might be able to get it over it. Haven't tried. They are fairly stretchy. I don't like my chances though. Unless I put it on backwards like that and just yeah. Stick on backwards and then they're done with it, I don't know. Stretch it over the other way. Would like to get them right way around though. I don't like my chances of getting over it. I don't think it's going to stretch that much. No, that ain't going to work. Okay, let's do this as a more sensible way. Let's cut the back of it off. Made it a bit bigger. Let's try it that way. Still slightly tapered. It might go that way. Now cut the back off. When did YouTube start adding ads to live streams? Ah, right, yes. What did happen then? Because I saw a thing when I started to stream up. I wasn't sure how it was going to come out. So I thought if it's too distracting, then I might not put them on there. I might tell it not to do it. But if it's not too bad, this is just driving me nuts. Tape off. There's some more room to move. But yeah, just let me know what it's like, because if it's too distracting, I'll make sure it doesn't do it again. Well, you know, adverts to me it's nice because it gives me a bit of financial help, because it helps me to buy things like this thing I'm working on. But one of the main things for me is advertising must not interfere with the video. So go on, get through there. I almost said it before when I very first started. It's almost going over. Ah, there we go. No, almost. There you go, got it. It's on. Here we go. Yeah. Better. Much better. Let's take it back down again as well. Now it's got some protection over it. Not much messing around. I managed to get that little boot over there. I cut the back of it off. This little piece, cut that off, and that allowed me to slip it over just, and there's enough of it left on the back of it to actually hold it in place. You can see that maybe. So that should be fine. Hopefully. Battery in the chat, okay. Clean whistle, yeah, it is indeed very clean in there. And you just got one, funny. You lose the audio at the same time. You lose the audio. That's not acceptable, is it? What's the point of that? What's the point of having a live stream with no audio on it? That's a bit rubbish. I was thinking that ads, if it pops up at the side, at least it'd be like less intrusive. But if it's doing that, then it's just might as well stop the bloody live stream during the process. Losing the audio is stupid. Can I turn ads off now? Now it's running. Where the hell are the advert things? Right, so I've put a pause on, which pauses in 10 minutes. So I'm guessing I have to keep doing that. But in 10 minutes time you might all get adverts. Yeah, okay. Okay, Rob, no worries. Okay, well, I paused it, so I know next time I'll be putting adverts on the live stream. I was thinking it would be less intrusive, you know. You just pop up the side and be hopefully a silent advert, you know. But, or merge the audio, but to a low level. So, yes. Alright, won't do that again. Learning experience, give it a try. It's rubbish. We won't do that again. Simple as that. Okay. Interesting. Well, there's a T6O option in there. I reckon we try powering it up. And we'll do it with the top open in case it goes bang. Maybe I'll see where it comes from. Add G-block. And it's gone. Yeah, well, I know YouTube are being a bit funny about stuff though, so they are detecting ad blockers and what have you. So you never quite know what's going to happen there. I think I might raise this up a little bit and then tip it down to get a better internal view. How's that sound? Slightly better angle. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Your block is working? Okay, cool. Yeah, I know YouTube are actively trying to stop that though. So, I mean, don't forget, adverts on YouTube, although they are irritating and sometimes obnoxious, they are what helps to pay for everyone like me that creates content. So YouTube take obviously the bulk of the money, you know, because they got infrastructure to support. But yeah, I actually, you know, if I had $1 for every video that got viewed or for every view of the video, right? If I had $1 for every one, I'd be like, you know, a millionaire. But no. If I got 10 cents, well, I'd be alright. I'd be, you know, we've got some decent money out of that. Would have paid for the test gear. But no, I don't even get 10 cents a view. I think it's like 0.1 cents a view or something. It's horrendous, and it's getting worse. I'm making less money now than I was 6 years ago, despite having more views and more subscribers. It's going backwards. So that's alright. I'll do it for fun, and I'll do it to try and share what I'm doing and help people out. So every 5 minutes. Hey, really? How's it going? Every 5 minutes? That's excessive, isn't it? Bloody typical YouTube. Okay, well, yeah. Remind me, when they start popping up again, put another delay on for another 10 minutes, will you? I can't see a way of turning it off whilst the live stream is running. Let me go and have a look, so in case I can find it somewhere. I couldn't see a setting though. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can see a way of changing. Mid-roll adds manual. I've changed the channel wide setting, so it turned them off, but I don't know if it's going to work for the current live stream. Yeah, I mean, what it is as you know, I use monetization anyway, and I do have adverts on the videos. You may not know that. I'm in premium, so I don't see adverts ever. But I enabled mid-roll ads for this live stream, thinking that it was going to be less intrusive because it says it popped up on the side. Which I think, okay, sticks up on the side for a little bit. People can dismiss them if they want to, and they probably will, and that'll be the end of it. But if it's destroying the audio in the process, then I definitely do not want that, and it's going to be disruptive, and I don't want that either. So adverts can go. I don't want the money that badly that it destroys the live stream. That's not the point. So I've turned off channel wide, but I don't see a way of changing. Okay, I think I've done it. I'll just check the video settings, and it says it's in manual mode now. So hopefully you don't get any more adverts. Let me know. I test things as again. Yeah, YouTube pays way less for views. Yeah, it's not great. Wouldn't mind if I got a bigger share of money. Yeah, well, you know, it's literally, if I got $1 per view, I would be thrilled. If I got 10 cents per view, I would be thrilled. It's nowhere near that. Yeah, ads on streams won't pay a lot. Well, yeah, no. Yeah, we'll see how we go. Right, well, let's go back to it. This has got, apparently, adverts are paused another 2.5 minutes. It may try and show more adverts, even though I've turned everything off. Hopefully not. But let me know. Let's go back over here. Back to what we're supposed to be focusing on, which is this, and like YouTube systems. Okay, let's just try these buttons out. I've got no idea how to use this thing. So, frequency A, frequency C, input A, input B, input C. A, frequency A, frequency C. Where's frequency B then? Don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's used as a supplemental trigger source or something. I don't know. So A and C. Coupling, AC coupling, times 1, times 20. Filters, separate common, attenuation there as well, and for that one. I guess those are for B. That's for A. Trigger levels. Okay. That knob seems to work alright. This one, what's the knob's missing? Put that midway. Put it out. Okay, well, let's presume this is ready to power up. I will also need to get a frequency all set up. That's not a problem though. Right. Well, let's try powering it up for the first time. Actually, I might just adjust this very slightly so you can see the power meter at the same time. Let's do that. And there's the whole periphery thing. Right. Okay, let's see what happens. It's already pulling out power even though the power switch isn't turned on. I'm guessing that's because it's powering the TCXO system, because if this had an OCXO in it then it would need that. 1.7 watts is going somewhere. Sometimes it's a bit scary, you go, where is it going? Just checking for reefers. I didn't check for reefers before. I don't see any, so we're probably right. Okay, let's push the power button, see what happens. Well, it seems to work. Okay. But maybe it works, I'm not sure. Let's put a frequency into it and see what happens. So you're going to do 100 megahertz, can't it? So in that case, I'll use my Siglent generator. I'll use my Siglent one. A bit easy to access. Not sure what limitations are on each channel. I guess we'll find out. 1 meg ohm. Input voltage doesn't specify. Input C is 50 ohms. Get my face out of the capacitor away. Yeah, well. Right. Okay, let's adjust this again and let's try and get. Can I get that in shot as well? Without reflections and stuff. Not being too far away. Not a lot of point in that, is there? But we'll try it. I'll prop this up with something like that. got it. Now you can see both, barely. I know it's very small. Right, well, got it hooked up to this now. Haven't tried turning it on yet. Let's turn the upper on. What voltage we got? 1 volt, well 1 millivolt IMS. That's a bit low, isn't it? I think we need a little bit more than that. Let's try 10 millivolts. At 10 hertz, nothing showing up. The attenuator's turned off, so okay, let's go a bit higher. 100 millivolts, here we go. It's counting. It's only 10 hertz, so it's not going to be counting well. 20 hertz. It's there, jumping around a bit. Maybe I will put this voltage up a bit more. Let's do 1 volt. Gate time. Longer gate is going to give us better accuracy. As it should do. It's jumping everywhere. Probably because it's too low frequency still. Right, let's increase the frequency. 50 hertz. Yeah, that's better. There we go. Great. 100 hertz. Nice. 1 kilohertz. We'll be there soon. It's 1 kilohertz. Nice. And as it goes along, it's getting more and more digits. It actually seems to be working. Here's the exponents. Oh, actually seems alright. This might be a video about nothing. Is it gate time basically automatic or something? It's not doing a huge amount. Okay. Well, that's 1 kilohertz. Let's keep going. Let's go 10 kilohertz. That's 11. Yeah, 10. Looking nice. 1 kilohertz. Nice. Yeah. Keep going. 1 megahertz. The shame it had like space for almost 1 more digit there. There we go. So there's 1 more digit there, potential. When does that come up, I wonder? 10 megahertz. I'm thinking it's not going to come up. What does it take to get that last digit to come up? Don't know. Filter. Nope. Okay, let's keep going. 50 megahertz. Yeah. 100 megahertz. Yeah, that's working on that channel. Great. That's gate time. Oh right, yeah, I'm adjusting the wrong thing here. So that's level 1 sensitivity. Right, that explains why I'm getting that. Right. So that's gate time. There we go. Now I've got the last digit coming out there. Right. Yes, I should really look at the controls more closely. And there's minimum. What's that going to do automatically? Or not? No. Right. Nice, so we'll actually do that. There we go, now we've got the gate time adjusted, it's doing better. Okay, I should really look at the controls. So, yeah, there we go, we got all the digits. Nice. 8 digits. So that's 100 megahertz. It's 120 as high as this can go. Interest is showing that. Showing 19 was actually 100, so it's missing the very first digit. There we go. There it is. So you can actually effectively make it 9 digits, because you've got 119, then you bring it down, then you can get the last digit over there. That's a nice little trick. Cool. Can we go further? I think it did go further when I was messing with it before. Yes. So you can actually get effectively 10 digits out of it. Very nice. Hey Ray, yeah, what's up Ray? I've just paused recording so we can chat. Let's check out channel C. And C is that one. And this count as maxed out, so I can't go any higher than this. It's an STG 2042X. Overflow indicator and lift display. Oh yeah. What's your grandson's captivated? Right. Well, hello grandson of Swab. What's his name, Rob? Let's put this back up again to get the overflow thing working, as you mentioned. So you're saying overflow. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, alright. Yes, I didn't notice that before. It's not very obvious where I'm sitting. I've got the edge of the bezel right in my way. Okay. Right, okay, that makes sense then. Yep, great, that works. The 9080, yeah, what about it? I sold that a few years back. Don't have it anymore, I don't think. I had a couple of similar ones. I sold one. Sold one, kept one, I think. I think I was going to sell it too. I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, what about it? So, ask your question. Now, channel C, I'm not quite sure what the frequency is on there. This generator's run out of space, so let's get another one going. Let's just figure out which power supply I'm switching here. That one. Great, that's a good guess. Let's go to an IO signal generator. This level's probably too low right now. It probably is. Level. Here we go. And let's do 155 megahertz, that's working. Do I lift the number off the channel output ICs? If it's anywhere, it's going to be in my review video. I don't know if they're there or not. You don't ask how a 2042X is doing 120 megahertz. It might, yeah. The 2042X is a 40 megahertz generator. Yeah, I maybe say a bit less about that, but right, okay. Better we get it videoing this thing before I forget. Alright, so hooked up to channel C. I've got my Marconi signal generator inputting 0.5 volt peak to peak, and set 155 megahertz, and that's what we're getting. I've only just turned it on, so it's warming up, so the frequency will be drifting. That's perfectly normal. I've only just applied power to it. I don't tend to leave it powered all the time. It's got an OCXO in it, so it's probably best to power it all the time, but I don't like to. So that's warming up currently. Let's increase the frequency some more. I'm not sure what the maximum is on this thing. Let's do 220. Yeah. Okay, let's jump up to 500. Yeah, that's doing that. I'm not sure. Does anyone know what the channel C input actually is? I don't know. 800. It's doing 800. Nice. 1000 as high as I can go on this thing. It can do that as well. So I can do a gigahertz on channel C. That's nice. If I increase the gate time, it should get a bit more accurate. But like I said, the OCXO is still warming up, so it's going to be jumping around a little bit anyway as it settles down. Won't be stable. So it's probably heated up, and now it's cooling, and it's going to have like a frequency drift like this, you know, be going through a sine wave as it's heating and cooling to get that stabilised temperature. So now it's going back up again. Before it's coming down, now it's going back up. So it should settle on about the right one. So it's only using OCXO, I'm not using a GPS or anything like that, or Iridium for that. I'm just using the OCXO on this because it's good enough. It's a pretty good one actually. When I first got this Marconi, I actually repaired it. So yeah, I did do a video about it though. As before I started doing YouTube. So yeah, that's working nice, doing gigahertz, no issue whatsoever. This one seems fine. So let's look at the second unit. Uh, 9900. What was the one I repaired on a live stream before? Was that a 9900 or was that a 9800? I can't remember what it was. What was that one? I'm not going to bother recapping it. It's just... I could check the ripple, couldn't I? I could do that. Do you think I should check the ripple and stuff? Just to be 100% sure, certain it's alright. I think I should check the ripple and stuff. Let's put it back on. Yeah, right, I don't remember at all those parts. I've got no idea. As a long time ago, and I don't even remember looking at them. I could have done, just as my general look around, you know. But I honestly don't remember. Before I move on to the other unit, let's actually check for ripple on these power supplies. So we've got a big cap here. Let's look across this one. I'm on millivolts. I want AC millivolts. Oh. Don't have AC millivolts on this one. I think it's DC. Well, multimeter. The other one's got it on. Anyway, this one's got this one. Do it this way. Alright. What have we got here? AC millivolts. 186. Not horrendous. What's the DC voltage across there? 9 volts. Okay. We've got another cap down here which has got 3 connections on it, which is a bit interesting. Let's go there. 9 volts. That side. And that side. Okay, it's the same. So that's 9 volts on that one as well. Let's check AC ripple on here. 59 millivolts. That's not too bad. Got a big cap over here, but I don't see how I can get to the connections on that one. I probably can if I figure it out. There's also some marked supply test pointers as well, so I could probably just go to those. Let's go to there. Got a plus 5 volt marking there. If on that, that's fine. There's a minus 5.2 there. Check that one. That's looking alright. And we've got some inputs over here. Let's go to this trace. That's common. That should be 0. Yeah. And that one there is probably the inputs to those. 227 millivolts ripples, a bit on the higher side. Go there. 8 volt supply there. Okay. It's not enough for me to worry about. Let's check the DC voltage on these 2 points here. So it's got plus 5 volts. I mean, obviously the thing's working, it's not be too bad. Look at that, it's basically bang on. Minus 5.2, it's basically bang on. This looks fine. Ripple's a bit on the higher side for this cap, but I'm not too worried by that. There's no cap down here, so I want to get onto this one. Let's just probe around so we can find a voltage on it without shorting stuff out. Minus 10 volts on that one, so we've got something. $65 millivolts, yeah, okay. I'm pretty happy with that. It's not perfect, but it's not enough for me to worry about changing it. So I think we can move on. Yeah, I mean, I could tack on one parallel, like you say, but those levels, 200 millivolts, is sort of getting up there a little bit, but I'm not too worried. I'm quite surprised these can do a gigahertz. It's quite nice. These guys sitting around? Don't think so. I think it just goes in. Right. I'll put this on before I drift it down. That. Come on, I must have lined it, didn't I? I got it on perfectly the first time around. There you go. So I'm happy with that one. That one seems fine. I don't see the need to do anything else with it. I mean, yeah, I could replace those caps, but is it really worth spending on those caps? It's probably going to be $50 worth of capacitors to replace those because of the axials. It's probably not worth it. Not for that minor ripple that's on there. I'm not worried about that at all. So we'll move on to the next unit. Nah, sorry, B-Blood. Nah, I'm going to be lazy. So that one now, I'm going to call a success. So I might actually take these stickers off here. Yeah, maybe I won't. I'll do it later. Could be there for ages cleaning it. Okay, this one feels heavier. Yeah, this one's definitely heavier. This one's probably got the battery in it still. Let's open it up. I'll think about it when I sleep tonight. You know me too well. You're probably right. That probably will bug me. It probably will bug me. I have to say, you're probably right about that. Right, so here's the second unit. Slightly newer. The buttons are grey instead of that creamy colour. It basically has the same functionality. It's all exactly the same. Obviously the knob's here. It's not broken off. It's lost the cap though. It does look slightly cleaner. Back is exactly the same functions, same setup. This one is heavier, so I think it still has a battery pack inside it. And it's got the internal, external switch there as well. So, push the power button, nothing. So if it does have the battery pack inside, it's dead. I've already taken the screws out of the bottom. Well, I've loosened them. Let's actually take them out. And we'll try this one. This one isn't dropping out. Right. Let's do the same thing we did the other one. Take the top off, just in case we get any magic smoke, and we'll inspect the inside before you actually power it. This one feels heavier. Yeah, top case is definitely heavier. There's a battery on this. There is a battery on this. This is all gold instead of tinned. The other one's just tinned. This is gold plate. Much nicer inside. Okay, lovely. Let's show you this. There you go. Gold. Look at that beauty. So this is 3 years after the other unit and they've decided gold plate. Very nice. It looks like exactly the same circuitry inside. There doesn't appear to be any difference there. Got some tantalums around, physically larger tantalums, which is interesting. Maybe they upgraded some of them. That looks right. And also got the battery pack here, which is replaced in 2017 apparently. Don't know if you can see it there or not. There you go. And there's the connectors. So the other one didn't actually have the cover with it. The cover was actually gone. The whole thing was gone. So this one's got the negative covered, but the positive's not covered. So this one's exposed terminal. The other one's the other way around. That's interesting. So that battery's completely dead. It might come back. Do not store battery in large charge state. Yeah, no, read that. Oh, that one unplugged. It's even better. There we go. Yeah. I think it's a bit flat though, so I don't think that battery's going to be doing too well. Let's plug that back in. I guess we'll find out when we power it up. This one may go bang, you never know. Might get lucky. The earth is still not connected on this unit. Still not earthing. So all these are floating. Okay. Stop recording from that. Yeah, the way HP used to be, yeah. Where the quality was important. I mean, I suppose they still worry about quality, but I don't know if it's the same care. I don't know. It's an amazing difference, eh? From the tinned to the gold plate. Amazing difference in with the visuals of it. It's all shiny. Right. The one thing I'm noticing, was it like that in the other unit or not? There's a socket there with nothing in it. Was it empty in the other unit as well? I didn't notice. So I want to scrub back in the live stream and have a look and see if I can see. I don't know. Okay, well, let's power this up for the first time as well. Zoom out. Something I actually paid attention to was over here was the actual power it's using. Which is why I got the thing in shot in the first place. I never actually looked at it. It's a slack of it. Right. Adds are back. Empty socket, great, thanks David. Adds are back. Right, let's get rid of the bloody adverts. Okay, let's power this up. Maybe this one will go bang. In fact, what I'll do this time when I power it up is I'll do the voltage testing at the start instead of at the end, which is a far more sensible time to do it. Right, let's power this up. We'll look at this again. This has got a battery pack in it, so this may be using power. The 1.7 watts the other unit is running, it might have been going to this board for the battery charger circuitry. So as this one has a battery pack in it, which is completely dead, yes I believe it is, let's just quickly measure it. I'm not seeing any voltage anywhere, so I don't think it's got any power. 0.6 volts, yeah that's completely dead. So we'll see what happens when I, yeah, let's turn it on. Power switch is out. It's still drawing 1.7 watts, no different. Is it trying to power the battery? Let's just adjust this a little bit. Try and get you to see the altimeter at the same time. Is there anything going to the battery? Yes, it's trying to charge a battery. It's already going straight to 10 volts, which I don't think it's going to be doing straight to 10 volts straight away. Let's monitor that. Turn the power back off. Yeah, I don't know what the charging current is, but anyway, it has gone up very slightly. But the fact the voltage jumps up like that says the internal resistance of this battery pack must be pretty high. Because you expect it to be sagging a lot more than that and just gradually coming up. Jumping straight up to 10 volts is like high internal resistance, it has to be. I can actually check for that, but for now, you won't worry about that. So that's where that 1.7 watts is going, battery charge circuitry. So, let's power it up and see what happens. Tom, what do you mean I'm wrong? What? No. No. I'm not wrong. I'm going to turn it on. This is a prime time. Hold on a second. Hello, I can. This is the perfect time for this. Hold on. Okay. Potential pull up and pull down resistor array. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely nothing there. Maybe it's the programming. I doubt it though. I don't know. There's probably something in the manual about it. I expect there is. I think Tom wants to go out. Yeah, he wants to leave. He's sitting by the door now. I'll let him out. What do you get, Tom? In fact, whilst I've got the door open, I'm going to go and get myself a drink. I'll be right back. Right. Pom doing live streams, all the talking. J7, this is this I/O bus on schematic. Or maybe it's a diagnostic header. Maybe that's what it's for. This was around the same time they had their oh, what's it called? I've got one. I've got what it's called. It's like a diagnostic thing they use. It's like a plug-in. forgotten the name, but it's around the same era as this. Might be the same case actually, or a very similar case. No, I can't think of the name. Hopefully it'll come to me later on. It's not a logic analyzer. It's a something, some analyzer thing. Signature multimeter. Yeah, signature multimeter or something like that. It's called signature analyzer or something like that. So it gets digital logic and it creates a signature, which you then reference in the manuals, and if the signature matches, you know that digital circuitry is correct because the actual binary codes and stuff are correct. Yeah, I've got one of those somewhere. Never used it. I've got one because it's mentioned in the manual, which I was fixing of something, and so I went and got one. I think I may have showed it once years ago, about 10 years ago. Maybe a little bit less than that, something like that. Would have been that sort of range. I don't know. Yeah, it could be maybe about 8 years ago. But yeah, anyway, I do have one. One if it's for that. Right. Let's just change this around and get a better shot. Right, let's do some testing on this thing. Let's power it up. Does it power? It does. All the LEDs seem to work. That's nice. Let's plug a signal in. This is set up for 10 megahertz right now on channel A. Let's push it in, and we are indeed getting 10 megahertz. So that looks like it's working alright. Gate times there. Do manual control. Nice. That's looking alright. Got all the digits. Let's check the power supplies, see what's going on here. So probe onto there. 5 volts. If we get onto the thing, there we go. 5 volts, bang on. Minus 5.2, bang on. Those look good. Let's measure across this capacitor here. 9 volts. Slightly dodgy connections. And let's get down to this one. There. 10 volts there, great. And across this one here. 9 volts there. Let's check ripples across each supply. So 5 volts is probably after the regulator anyway. Yeah, there's nothing there. This one here, nothing there. Let's check across this cap. 190 millivolts. Yeah, not too bad. Could be worse. And this one here, 100 millivolts, not too bad. And of course this one here, 96. Yeah, it's not too horrendous. You know, it's okay. You know, I'd like to see less, but it's fine. I'm not going to worry about changing those. It's much like the other unit. If anything, is a very slightly better than the other unit. So I'm happy enough with that. And it seems to be working. So let's check the ranges again and see what we get. Let's drop it down a bit. Let's go down to 10 kilohertz, which is as low as this thing can go, because I'm using my Marconi generator now instead. Yep, that's doing it. Yep. Jump around a bit because of gate times and stuff like that, I'm guessing. It's not perfect timing. 1 megahertz. Looks fine. We've done 10 already. 50. Looks fine. 100. Not sure what the top end is on this particular input. 100 is struggling with it, maybe because of the input level though, because I'm a bit lower than it was on the other generator. Let's go slightly higher input. See if that helps? No. Is it this? There we go. That's helped drop that level down a bit. Okay. So it's 100 megahertz. You've got the overflow going on there. There's 100. So it's nice, it's working. Okay, let's go a bit higher. So 120. 120 megahertz. The other one did 150, didn't it? Oh, 120 is as high as I went on that one, didn't I? So let's try 150. Will it read that? It will. 220. Can't read 220. 170. No. 160. Not really. So 150 is probably kind of the maximum you really want to do on this one. Looks like that. That's the limit of that channel. That's great. Let's go to channel C. So this video is not about repairs. It's more about having a look at these things and testing them out. Channel C 150, no problem whatsoever. It will be when I change it over. And let's go down 10 megahertz. I'm not sure what the bottom end of this one is. Yeah, we'll do 10. 1. Yeah. 100k. Yeah, okay. 10k. Can't do 10k. Right, so that's the bottom end there. Okay, let's go up to 500 megahertz. The other one did a gigahertz just fine, so I expect the same from this. 800. Just going to do it in steps though. 800, yep, and 1 gigahertz. Yeah, fine. No worries whatsoever. That's working alright. It's good. So we've got 2 working units. That's nice, especially considering I didn't pay very much for these things. So these were part of these are part of an auction score, and I didn't bid very much because they looked a bit old and a bit, meh. But they're actually pretty good. The fact I can do it 10 digits by changing the gating time. I mean, maybe we can do more, I don't know, but exponent 6, does it do exponent 9? It'd be funny if it does exponent 9. I moved over another digit there, so we'll go in 2 digits. Ran it all the way over, so I want to see what happens. It might take a little while. I want to see if that digit comes over another one. Because if it does, it gives us 11 digits. That might be the extent of it. It might only be 10 digits. Only. That's not bad. That's doing alright. If anything, this might be nicer than my record data one. In some ways, it might actually be nicer. Yeah, boy has again. So you have to excuse me. I'm recording video at the same time as I'm doing the live stream. So I'm trying to build a video at the same time. So you might sort of wonder why I'm sort of ignoring the live stream and just talking about different things and not necessarily live stream type reactions, because I'm also recording footage for proper videos. So what I tend to do if I'm doing a live stream, hopefully, I'm pulling these things apart and find a problem and fix it, and that'll become part of the video, which is then edited down and made more concise and that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's why maybe my reactions are a bit weird, or what I'm saying sounds a bit weird for a live stream. Well, it's now pulling 11 watts out. Let's look at this battery again. Oh, interesting. It's now at 8 volts. It's actually come down a bit. Let's turn the power off. That makes no difference. It's 10 volts. 8 volts. Interesting. It must be sharing power. Must be sharing there. Okay. And turn it off over here. So it's collapsing straight away. Look at that. Mind you, I've still got the thing turned on. That probably doesn't help. There we go. 1 volt. So it's kind of coming back. Maybe if I leave it powered up, it'll be a while. Well, even with the TCXO, it's working nicely. Thing is, actually, this one's got, what's this one got in it? This isn't the same device. Yeah, it's not the same. It says OSC 77-20A. HP part number 0960-0394. It looks like the same packaging though, so it could still be a TCXO. It just isn't marked as a TCXO. Let me just get a better look in there because I can't see right down to the bottom of it. It says Ovenair Audio Carpenter, which is the brand. Charlottesville, Virginia, USA. So I don't know if that's a clue as well, but there's no heat. So it probably is just another TCXO. But as I was saying before, to me, TCXO sometimes are a benefit to an OCXO. Like with my Recol Dana, for example, that's got an OCXO in it, right? As does my Marconi signal generation. Can't use them for this thing, which is not doing anything right now. Let's bring this back down again. Just see. No, hold on. That's wrong. Yeah, I mean that's looking alright, isn't it? So even if it's got a TCXO in it, the Marconi would have warmed up by now. It's been on long enough. So TCXO is actually bang on. Yeah. But yeah, as I was trying to say, I keep going off on a tangent there. The benefit of a TCXO is that you can turn it on and you're ready to go pretty quickly, right, within minutes, seconds even maybe. Whereas, there you go, another digit over. Whereas a OCXO, so you've got to give things some time to warm up and stabilise, and it could take half an hour, maybe an hour, depending on equipment, and to get something reasonable. So in some cases, I actually prefer TCXO because it's a piece of gear like this, which you don't leave on all the time. You just turn it on, use it, and you're not worried about perfect accuracy. Then a TCXO is better. Obviously, this is my opinion, but if you worry about accuracy, then yeah, you want OCXO or GPS, DO, or Rubidium or something like that, to get that extra accuracy. So if I've got this switch on the back here, right, if I flick that over, is that external counter? I think it is, isn't it? That's external counter. So, yeah, external reference on the back. I'm not sure what the internal reference is. Is that 1 megahertz input? I'm not sure. OCXO is not an option. Oh, okay, right. So either TCXO or high stability TCXO. Right. Oh, okay, right. So you just got a aftermarket OCXO and fitted it in there. I've done the same thing to something else. What did I do that on? I think it might have been my Rubidium actually. I think I did that on my Recol Dana. Is that what I did it to? I think it was. Yeah, I built one for the Recol Dana. Yeah, I did a video about it. use these things for mark space ratio timing. Didn't need OCXO. All right, okay, yeah. Just because you're just looking at a difference. Well, this says option 1 TCXO. So does that mean that both of these units have got the high stability TCXO in them then, rather than as a basic one? Actually, here it does actually have option 4, oven oscillator. So it must be an option because it's listed on the back panel here. David, I think you're wrong about something. Look, evidence. Option 4, oven oscillator. MHz isn't always an external reference. I've seen them as 5 MHz and also 1 MHz on some equipment. So 10 MHz is the common standard now, but some older equipment is 5 MHz or 1 MHz. I think some of Marconi stuff was 5 MHz. And what have I seen 1 MHz on? Can't remember. I've seen it on something. I mean, I could get another signal down here and try doing that. So if I put in, I'll set this to 1 MHz. If I inject that in the back, and then I'll need a second signal to inject into the front. I'm going to shoot 1 MHz, right, because of the error this is. It could be a lower frequency which is then multiplied up. Let's get another signal here. And plug this back into the Siglent, which is still running. I'm going to make that 100 MHz on there. And we're using channel C. And yeah, so it's not 1 MHz, that's going a bit crazy. So let's do 5 MHz. Did I change that switch over? No, I didn't. External. Let's do that again. So injecting 100 MHz. On the input here. Yep, so that is a 10 MHz input. So there's 100 MHz on there. So yes, it is a 10 MHz input on these things. But I have seen other equipment which isn't. So try to encounter is 1 MHz. Yeah. Oh right, so it wasn't available option 1978. What did the other one have on the back of it? Because that was the older one. That was 1982, wasn't it? Yes, list on the back of that one as well. So I'll obviously post that date. So maybe in the 80s that added that as an option. But yeah, so you could actually get one, maybe. So yeah, so 10 MHz is a reference, or external reference frequency for this thing. I mean, I thought it probably would be because of this being a 10 MHz TCXO. Usually it's replacing one for the other. But I've actually seen where, in fact, my Marconi I'm using to generate this frequency, the 2022D, I think that's 5 MHz reference. I think that's an internal 5 MHz OCXO. I don't think it was 10 MHz, I think it was 5. So I think that's one of the examples I'm thinking of. Yeah. So, don't always assume 10 MHz because sometimes it's not. Commonly is, but it isn't always. Anyway, that seems to be working fine. The only thing is this battery pack, what this is going to be doing. If I leave this thing powered up for a long time, then this thing charge up and see what happens. I'm inclined to kind of take the thing out and have a look at it. 8.3 volts with the power on. Obviously it's jumped up to 10 volts with the power off. But the fact that voltage just jumped up on the battery terminals means it's high internal resistance anyway. Anyway, we'll put that back onto internal. Turn it away. So I think we finished playing with that part. It seems to work alright, so that's good. Yeah, the TCXO here says 10 megahertz on it. Yeah. So, pick this up again. So we've looked at these two counters and they both seem to work perfectly fine, which is great because it means I don't have to invest any money in fixing them, which is always a bonus. And I don't think I paid much for these things. I think I only paid, what was it? It's less than $100 I think I paid for these things, for each of them. They came as a bulk lot. In fact, it might have been $100 for both. Like $50 each. Yeah, it's a bulk lot. It's 2 in one lot, remember rightly. So it's actually quite a nice little counter. And I actually think I prefer it to a record donor. Although the record donor's OCXO, which does give me problems if I have to do something more accurate, I suppose. Record donor takes a while to warm up, takes like 45 minutes or so. Half an hour to get it pretty close, 45 minutes to be more accurate. It's a bit of a slow one to warm up, that one. Whereas T60 is like, you're ready to go straight away. So it's like, which one do you want to use? You know, do you want to use one which is instant, or do you want to use one which is more accurate? But even this seems pretty accurate, you know. Those counts were looking pretty good before. I'm inclined to take this battery pack out. Let's have a look at this. So I'm going to take this battery pack cover off and have a look inside there. We don't actually know what's in it. It is slowly charging, but I don't know how good it actually is. It's a shame the other unit had the missing box, basically, isn't it? Get the cover off. Now you've got this plastic case. Let's pop this off. If I can. There we go. Try to rip the wires out of the circuit board when it goes. There we go. There's the case. It's a plastic box which has been taped back up, or it's been repacked. Let's take the tape off and have a look inside it. And that's what the dates are for there, where it's been repacked. New cells, 2017, like I said before. So repacking is an option, if you really want to. Okay. It's got screws in there as well. Some posts there. Is there screws in there? Doesn't want to pull apart. So I'm guessing there's some screws up there. Let's have a look. No, I can't feel anything. At least not with that. Let's try a flat blade. I couldn't see anything, but no. Can't feel anything there at all. Feels smooth. So I don't think there is a screw there. So why doesn't it want to open up? Someone glued it as well. Let's try and get a spudger in here. Somewhere where it's got like a little bit of a gap. There we go. Maybe it's clipped. Maybe it's clipped. Yeah, it's got clips in there. It's got like posts in it. Okay, that's good. Let's try and pop this open now. There we go. That's what's in it. D cells. That's got 11/26. Is that 11th year? I don't know about that date code, that's a bit weird. It's got 15 on the date on there. Interesting, it's got 15 there. 15 in that back as well. So these are 15 dated on the cells. The pack says 17. So I guess that's when it is assembled. So they've probably had these cells sitting around for a couple of years. Interesting setup. So these are what exactly are these things? 2 volts. It's only 6 volt battery pack and lead acid. 6 volt SLA. Right. Well, that's replaceable, isn't it? 6 volts though. How much power this thing uses? Should we look at that? So much power it uses off the battery. We could provide our own supply for that. Power it for about 4 hours. Does it have a capacity on them? 5 amp hours. 5 amp hours. Chunky. 5 amp hours. So it's, if it reckons about 4 hours, then that means it's probably going to be, can't be 1 amp surely. Let's get some power on this thing and we'll actually see how much power it uses. I did notice that this is pinched here where it's been assembled. Someone didn't quite have that sitting right. But it's not a big deal. Let's get a clip lead and we'll power the unit off 12 volts, or not 12 volts, 5 volts, 6 volts. Yeah, 6 volts. And then we'll go from there. I want to see how much power it uses. Onto that. That goes to that fuse, so I'll clip onto there. It probably won't fall off, eh? That'll probably be alright. Yeah, I'll do. Make sure it's not touching something it shouldn't touch. There we go. So we want SLA, so it's going to be call it 6.6 volts, 1.2 volts of battery. And I'll give it 1 amp of current. Okay. So I've hooked up my power supply here to the battery terminals. I want to see how much current this is actually using. Let's turn it on. That's dropped down to, it's current limiting. Wow. Okay, let's just do a clean power on that. Right, it was really close to that 1 amp limit there. So now it's sitting about 700 milliamps or so. But originally, when I just set to 1 amp, it wasn't enough. So I'm quite surprised by that. So it's using about 700 milliamps right now. But it first boots up, it's like 1.4 amps when it first powers up. I guess it's charging capacitors and stuff. So it's that initial inrush, which is what killed it originally, I think. Let's go down. Well, I had it set to 1.4 amps. It's 1.7 again. Give it a chance to discharge. The one wasn't so bad. Get down to 1 amp again. Yeah, limited at 1 amp. So inrush current is causing that to fail. 1.1 amps is not enough. 1.2 amps is not enough. 1.3 amps is not enough. 1.4 is seemingly not enough either. 1.5 is just enough. Okay, so 1.5 amps inrush. And once it's running, it's using about 700 milliamps. So, yeah, that's a surprising amount of current, actually. Not very efficient, is it? That's a lot of power for batteries. None of it kills the things. I mean, lead acid batteries don't like being discharged. It's always best to only get like 50% charge at most. So, yeah, I'm surprised it made this battery powered. So yeah, I'd be inclined to not actually put battery packs back in this thing. Should I try charging the battery up with this power supply? What could go wrong? We'll put the terminals on backwards. That's always what you do, isn't it? Strapped to 616 volts, no current draw whatsoever. Bring it up. 8 volts, still drawing no current. Wow. There's like no current going to this thing at all. 9 volts. 10 volts is doing 1 milliamp, maybe. Yeah, these things are completely dead. These are gone. Yeah, completely gone. Yeah, those batteries are fried. Should probably have done that in video, shouldn't I? So let's try putting some voltage directly across this to my power supply, and I went up to like 9 to 10 volts, and there was almost no current going in whatsoever. At 10 volts, it's like 1 milliamp. Well, if we're trying to recharge a battery, that's not right. So it means the internal resistance of these things must be incredibly high. So these batteries are dead. Actually, I might get my internal resistance tester out. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'll leave the cells out, I'll dump the cells. I'll put the rest of the assembly together, just in case someone ever wants to put them back in again in the future. Now, where's my tester? I've got a couple of them. Let's Let's get this one out. I haven't used this one in a while. Probes, yeah. No, I'll use Clippily. Clippily will be easier. Well, discharge protection, it could be done through the electronics here. I mean, if it's been sitting on a shelf for 10 years, it doesn't matter what that circuitry is doing, it's going to not cover, is it? It's not going to work. The self-discharge of the battery will kill itself. Hey Curie, here's again. Right. It's got this Venersi meter here out. I haven't used this for a while. Let's stick this on here. And what are we getting? Nothing. So of course that cell. Nothing. That cell. Well, we've got some on that one. That one's got completely dead. But 266 ohms. Let's go between that one and that one there. 875 ohms and no voltage. So yeah, this pack is completely dead. That battery seems to be the best one, but the others are, yeah, none of them are good. So yeah, I'm going to throw that battery pack away. I'm going to put this casing back together and fit it in there without the batteries in. So it's at least intact. And if someone even wants to put batteries in it again in the future, they can. $18650 as well. Yeah, you could chuck a couple of 18650s in it, couldn't you? You only need two. I mean, you could put some. There's also the what's the other one? 18650. There's another one which is similar. Is it 26650? Was it? I think it's 26650. It's a larger, bulkier cell. It's bigger, same length but thicker. I think it's 26650, and those are used in torches and things like that. So a couple of them would probably do it, because I think they're like 4 ampere hours or something like that. Something like that sort of region. Now the thing with this package is always trying to get everything back into the box. This is the worst bit of this, because I've got extra cables with it, and they don't fit too well. I had them in there before, so I know they do go. If I take some of the foam out, it'll be alright, but I don't want to go there. Just takes a bit of messing around getting it back in. If you have the standard cables, it's fine, but because I've got the extra set, it's a bit of a tight fit. Right, cram in there. Oh, crap. Shove it down the back. That might hurt. Oh, okay. I'll actually have another tester, which is far easier getting out of the box. Which is what I used to use before I got this one. Right, let's put that away. So those are going. I should leave a note in here for the next person, shouldn't I? Should definitely do that. Three times 2 volt, 5 ampere. SLAs. There you go. Yeah, 6 volt. Just make it really obvious. Should fix. That should help someone in the future, hopefully. It goes out again. Or does it? The stickers don't line up. Sure, it used to go. Is that from 2 different? Is that from 2 different boxes being put together because the stickers don't line up? That's funny. Oh. I'm not pushing it all the way together because it will fit without being pushed all the way together. Right. Oh, actually no it won't because the top cover won't go in. It needs to be pushed into that. There you go. Oh well. Right, let's put this back together and I think we can call these things done. I'm not going to do any more of this. And we can look at the next thing. Whatever that's going to be. What should we look at next? What should we look at next? Screw it. There's a hole there somewhere. I'll have to insulate this as well. Right. It's being stubborn to line up. Because I didn't close the case up properly, it's not quite aligning. Okay. And my iPod's fitting off there. The power supply was doing up to 10 volts when the switch is off, 8 volts when it's powered up. So, no problems there. I need to insulate this thing, I don't like that floating around. We'll tug these into the box, so at least it is kind of insulated. Otherwise they're going to be annoying, but don't know. Let's get an insulated thing like I did for the other one. And then we'll look at something else. So I'll try to cheat. I've tried to slice it long ways as well, so lift a bit more on it, because this one needs more insulation than the other one had. Come on, slide on. There we go. Better than nothing. Yeah, I'll tuck that in there. Hope for the best. How's that sound? You probably won't touch the other one. I'll put some tape around it as well. Some tape right here. That's convenient. So, just to help it. Shouldn't matter anyway, but since I've got the tape here before I chuck in the bin. This tape is still very sticky considering it's been in there for 9 years. Quite surprising. Right. Okay. Let's put this back together. We'll look at something else. It's quite nice that they both just worked and didn't need anything, really, apart from the battery thing. Sort it out. Oh, thanks, Dave, for dropping by. Catch you later. Bits and pieces got 20%. Well, that's what I'm thinking about next, isn't it? That's the next thing, bits and pieces. I don't know if it can be unplugged or not. It could be, I don't know. Supply for the mains PSU. Well, it has about 10 volts, I think, on that circuitry. That's what I measured, 9 to 10 volts. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. It's fine. It's intact. So, yeah, it's not a bad unit, is it? Tempted to swap them around a bit and put the nicer knob from the older unit to make the newer one perfect. And then, I don't know, have one slightly worse than the other. Rather than both being slightly damaged, I could do that, couldn't I? I'm not going to worry about it now, though. I'm not going to do it now. Okay. Bits and pieces was the next one, wasn't it? No one wanted to do the pulse generators. So, bits and pieces it is. I didn't do an outro for that thing, did I? Oh well, that's right. I think it's probably enough. Got a few interesting things here. Let's get rid of these batteries, get them out of the way. Get that power cable out of the way. So, I think this is going to be 3 separate videos. I'm just trying to sort of think about the structure on this because those are 2 the same things. These are individual things. I don't even remember what these are. I don't remember at all what they are. Which one should we look at? Let's look at this, and then if it's interesting, I'll start recording. So, an interesting bag. All right. Let's go on this one as well. what we got here? Logic probe. It's HP 545A logic probe. TTL and what was that? CMOS, yes. Obviously CMOS. Didn't look like CMOS on the side. Okay. I've got 3 of these. It's a 547 current tracer. Sensitivity knob. Okay. The cover goes in it as well. Then we've got a 546 logic pulsar. Ground or pulses. That switch feels weird. I think it locks down. Okay, might be proper. Oh yeah, it's a push button. Alright. Power 3 to 18 volts. And then it all says the same thing. It says 4.5 to 18. This is 3 to 18. Oh, gone blind. Come on, wake up. Wait for the monitor to come back on. There we go. Alright. So we've got some clips as well. Little grabbers, HP grabbers. That's feel really nice. Bunch of those too. There's a little link there. Yeah, that's what's in that one. Yeah, so I don't think I paid much for this set at all. I think I paid about $30 for this set. I might have been 60. I think I might have paid slightly more. Actually, yeah, I think I did pay slightly more. Someone else bid on it a little bit as well. Then I think I beat them. So it wasn't much anyway. It's less than $100 to pay for these things. So yeah, I don't know. Do I actually have a use for these? I don't know. Could it be useful? Potentially. What they're used with, I don't know. I mean, obviously you've got these connectors on the end here like this. I'm not quite sure what they're supposed to go into. Maybe there's some kind of piece of equipment they go with. I don't know. So what? Oh, it's got these little connectors on the end there. So that's quite interesting. And they've all got the same ones. So maybe this is meant to go to a dedicated piece of gear or something. I don't know. But yeah, I thought that looked quite interesting. But these grabbers are quite nice. They could be used on those stuff too. Yeah, nice and strong. That one's opened up a little bit. One of those other ones was quite good right angles on it. Yeah, that's quite good angles in that one. There's another one which is better than that. That one there, there you go. It's probably what they're meant to be, like that. Right angles almost really solid. So good. The grabber's worth $30. Yeah, yeah, they probably would be. Yeah, I've certainly sort of paid that kind of money for stuff before, but you know, yeah, that was nice. But I think what caught my eye, I think, when I was looking at this, wasn't so much the tracers and logic pulsers. Not likely to ever use those, but you got the current tracer, right? So again, this might be useful. You know, how it works, I don't know. I might have to watch out for that. It's got a sensitive adjustment, 1 milliamp to 1 amp, so I might be able to use that for tracing currents in circuitry. And if that's the case, that could be very useful. You know, for trying to figure out where the current's going on a circuit. You know, you've got some kind of load somewhere, you might be able to figure it out using that. So that is what really caught my eye as a current tracer. Not so much the other two pieces, but that bit. Better grab it. Yeah, the Chinese ones are definitely not very good. power circuit on the test. Well, yeah, probably, yeah. I'm not surprised by the connector that's on there, though. It's like a weird connector. I haven't seen that before. So it makes you wonder about whether there's some device it's supposed to plug into, you know? So, yeah, that's it. I don't know if I'll do a video about these or not. Yeah, I don't know. But original bag as well. Original HP bag. Felt lined. I don't know if it's felt or not, but I don't know. It's fabric lined. Very nice. So yeah. So I might just get this so it's not all bunched up like that. Get it nicer. If I can. Yeah, original bag, original clips, everything is original, which is what I really like about this. It's all mint condition. You know, I think it's all here. I mean, I don't know. I could probably research this a little bit, find out exactly what it's supposed to be. There's probably more information out there somewhere about these things. So yeah. Original bag. Can't complain about that. Yeah, I'll definitely get the manuals and read those before I do anything with them, because the chances of damaging those things is quite high. So unless you actually know what you're doing, it's probably best to not just plug it in and try it. Okay, next thing. Oh yeah, so we're doing a video about this. This is in quite bad condition, the case of these. It's disintegrating and stuff. Not quite sure where that's supposed to be. So the case is a bit worse for wear. But we're doing a video about this thing, because I thought it was a nice little curiosity. Voltmeter. Plus or minus 3 volts. What you would use this for, I've got no idea. It's very old. I think that's Bakelite. And it's got a turn on the end there and the probe. So you just probe the circuitry. Now the reason I thought this would be interesting is because I've got another one. I've never seen one of these before, right? The funny thing was that my wife found this. She found this over in Europe when she was over there earlier in the year. And it's the same kind of thing. The voltmeter goes up to 120 volts. Or 6 volts, depending on which terminal you're using. You've got these terminals here. There's 120 volts there. And then you got this one here. It's like the common. So you've got 6 volts there, 120 volts there, and that's the common. So I'm not quite sure if you really want to be holding on to this thing whilst probing 120 volts. Yes. Yeah. So I've never seen one before, and she found this and she brought it back for me and gave it to me. Thought it was quite interesting, and it definitely is. Now this wire is knackered. It's got breaks in it and stuff like that. But the reason it's going to be a video is because I've got this cable here. I got some of this stuff off AliExpress, and it's a woven fabric outer, which is, you know, similar kind of thing to the original. It's not exactly the same, but it's certainly close enough, which means I can, although this is really flexible, it doesn't work, so it's not much good. So this is stiffer, but I can replace it with some of this and at least keep it looking the same, which is why I got that wire. So yeah, that's all part of that plan. So I thought I'd, you know, maybe do a video on repairing this thing, if I can even figure out how to get it apart. It's probably, you know, probably have to wedge the casing together or something. I don't know. Probably have to pop it open. I'm not quite sure. Probably pops open somehow. And whilst I do that, I'd also do this one. But I say I haven't seen one at all before until I saw that one, And then this one was part of that auction. I thought, well, that's interesting. Now I've got two of them. But yeah, interesting device. In fact, it only does 3 volts. So plus or minus 3 volts. I mean, is this meant for doing valve gear? But surely it'd be 6 volts in that one. It's 6.3 volts for the filaments. So I don't know. It's a bit of a mystery to me. Why there'd be one for 3 volts? A bit weird. There should be a logic clip for the 16-pin logic ICs. Oh, okay, so that's probably missing then. Right, I do actually have some clips, so I could probably put one in there. In fact, I might even have some HP ones. Hold on. Where would they be? Got a bunch of clips in here. I think there's a generic ones. Yeah, these are someone else's. Yeah. So I've got some clips, but they're not exactly the same. So I'll keep them out as they are. Yeah. I'm guessing it'd be something like that was in there. Lead acid batteries, you reckon for that? Only 3 volts though. Would they have made a tester just for doing that? So anyway, that's what that bit is. So that'll probably be a video when I do this thing. I'll pull it out then and include it in part of that video. This cable's a bit knackered, but I guess that could be fixed. Maybe that unscrew. I don't know. If the cable even works, I've got no idea. Anyway, so that's that box. And then I've got these things, which have got some debris on. Just clear that off. There's some other stuff which I've got, which had disintegrating insulation. It might be these. Or insulation foam, disintegrating foam. So, Marconi low loss probe kit. Got 2 of them. That's LEDs. Oh, okay. Right, yeah, I know what you mean. Right. Yeah, I wish I had some of those. Nice. So it's 50 Hz to 200 megahertz probe. It's got some like 3-pin connector here which plugs into something. Got no idea what these are for. That screws on, I think. Yeah, that's screwed on there. So that's a BNC adapter. And some more probe things here. Times 100 attenuator, times 10 attenuator. So again, I don't know if this is going to become a video or not. Check the other one. This one's more complete, but the insulation or the foam is disintegrating. I think. Yeah, it's got the manual in there with it. The rest of it, it's also it's got a clip here as well. The other one didn't have that clip. Really, that's a silicon lead. That's nice. The rest of it is exactly the same. Oh, this one doesn't have the BNC on it. This is what the end of it looks like. And complete with a manual. So nice. I was probably going to do videos about these things as part of the auction score. I was going to do videos for them and just cover them, like each of these things. I was going to do like a video just to sort of say that I got this and have a look at it, which is what we're doing right now. But yeah, it's got parts list as well. Circuit diagram. There you go. So we've got it. Probe socket on something. I don't know what it is. So it's got powered through here. 50 volt power comes in. Minus 15 volt, I should say. So yeah. Input to TF 2370. So there's something else. I don't know. Is that 2370 is the device which it actually uses? I don't know. Maybe. I guess that's what the B and Siglent goes to. So it's probably meant for a particular piece of equipment, which obviously I don't own. So I thought it'd be a curiosity day. Again, I didn't pay much for these. I think I only paid maybe $30 again, maybe. So, but you know, two of them I got them because they were curiosity. I thought I might make a nice video, usual stuff. So, telephone companies and submarines and stuff. Okay, right. Yeah, because it looks quite heavy duty, so it wasn't surprising that thing there. So yeah, that's these the random bits and pieces. So those are videos will be in the future. I've got some crap everywhere now. Yeah. $2370 is a spectrum analyzer. Oh, okay. Interesting. So they're probes for the spectrum analyzer. Right. So it's got some tape here. Let's use this to try and pick up some of the dust. Why not? But again, I haven't really looked into these things at all. You know, we got them. Well, I got them as part of the auction score stuff, and they were cheap, and I thought they look interesting, and that's basically why I got them. So yeah, I'll probably do videos on like pair those properly, and looking at these in more detail, and also looking at this in more detail, and fixing the other one, which I've got as well. So I might do its own video. I'm not quite sure yet. Not sure how I'll structure it yet. So that's the bits and pieces. We still have some time left, so we could do more. One thing I have sitting here is my Keysight 237. I still haven't finished fixing that yet, and that's still in progress. Which bit's wonky? Is it my desk or is it the camera? Probably a bit of both. There you go. 50 input, yeah. So I've worked on one of these before. So I was thinking this is familiar, and yeah, I replaced. I think it was this one. I think it was that one there. One of them had a broken lever on it, or a little switch slider, and I 3D printed a new one for it. And it was half broken, so rather than dismantling it and replacing the entire thing, I made a piece which I could then attach onto the original one. It sort of clips around it, so that's why this thing's really familiar. Now these were sold as 8012s, as a pair of 8012s. What they hadn't realised is it's also an 8013, right? There's two different units, and they're very subtle differences. If you look over here, the switches are different just here, and there's an extra B and C, right? So it's like a slight difference. So it's a bit interesting. So this has got plus and minus polarity, and this has got differential. So slight difference. So I've worked on a 201 or 8012 before, but not an 8013. And unfortunately, this one's missing the logo. It's missing off it. But so I played one of these before, and I had to do some repairs to it as well as just the lever. So this is all moving at least. Yeah, so you'll see the move okay and stuff. It feels a bit tight because it's running on the front panel. Interesting that knob's a large one, this one is a small one. Wonder why there's a difference there. Anyway, yeah, so we could look at these. Could do that. But it's also got a Marconi Keysight 237, which I've been trying to fix as I sort of started talking about and stopped talking about. I've published 8 videos on that so far. There is a 9th one which is sitting there waiting for me to edit it. I'm not sure if the 9th one will be the final one or not. I think there's probably going to be 10 videos. That's my target. The unit is very close to working, very close, but not quite. So I think I showed it in the last video I published, the issue that it was having with the current output not being able to achieve 100 milliamps and dropping off around like 4 milliamp region. I think it was around there, wasn't it? 4 milliamps or so, and then not being able to produce more than that, and unless you went up quickly up to a high level, then it would work. But that's what I haven't solved yet. This is one problem still trying to solve, and I think that is the final problem with it. So, but I haven't touched the thing in like 3 months. It's been sitting here waiting for me to get back to it. Yeah, it's just sitting there waiting for me to get time and motivation to get back to it. So I will get it fixed in the end, but it's been a challenge, that one. So anyway, we could look at these. We could do that. I mean, it's sunny, 11:15. It's all right. 11:15 AM. It's fine. Unless, of course, you're overseas, it might be like 1 o'clock in the morning or something, So, which one of these should we look at? The 8012 or the 8013? I'm not sure what the differences are internally. I mean, they may be almost identical. I'll wait for the chat, which hopefully is not frozen. Let's look on the computer. Okay. Okay, it's looking alright. So, any votes? Which one are we going to do? 812, 813. We'll put it apart first and have a look inside and see what's going on. And just make sure it physically looks okay, whichever one we choose to do. And then we'll power it up and see if it actually works. Chuck it on the scope, see what's coming out. No preferences, anyone? It's all very quiet. Has everyone gone to sleep? Bottom one's evil. It's got 66 on it. Yeah. Well, maybe that's the best one to do. Sometimes, you have to get the troublesome one out of the way. All right. Well, all right. Well, we'll do one of them. We'll just pick one up. Okay, you can't see which one's which on the TV. Well, I'll go a little bit closer. Oh, that's not closer. That's closer. That's much closer. There you go. There's the other one, 3 there. There you go, goes there. So, yeah. They look very similar. Like I say, there's very little difference between them. Okay. We'll do the top one. I've done an 812 before, so I'm at least vaguely familiar with it. But again, that was 8 years ago. So, who knows what we're going to find. I vaguely remember there being a circuit board on the side which has some transistors on it. one of those transistors was blown, and I did actually manage to find replacement. I had something suitable. I can't remember exactly what happened there, but was it an op amp? I can't remember now. Something on the side. I think it was this side. Or was it that side? I can't remember. I could have been completely wrong piece of equipment, but that's not remembering. Right. On the back, we've got it set for 240 volts. That's good. Always check that. Should we check the fuse? Didn't do any other things, did I? Didn't check those things. Oh, great. And it doesn't want to come out. Well, this is a great start. Got it. 1 amp fuse, that seems fine. That's what it specifies. Well, it says 500 milliamp for 240 volt, but close enough. I'm not going to worry about that. It's not like it's a huge difference. It's in a double. What could go wrong? Serial number's 2110, so that's 1981. And we will take it apart before I power it. It's got some extra brackets on there, which is quite interesting. And this one's very loose. Not quite sure what the stories of these. Don't know what's going on with that one. Yeah, okay. The other one doesn't have that bracket on it, so that's quite interesting. Right, today we're going to look at this thing. It's a 8012B pulse generator. I've repaired one of these things before, about 8 years ago. I actually did it as part of a live stream, and one of the things I actually did was to replace one of these broken levers. It was broken off. And I had to 3D print a new one, so I designed one in CAD and 3D printed a new lever for it and repaired it as part of that. There's a couple of other things wrong with it too, I remember rightly. This is all from memory. I could be remembering something completely wrong, but 8 years ago I worked on one of these things before. So, anyway, I got this as part of an auction score. I got 2 of these. They're both sold as the same thing, but they're actually different. One's an 8012, the other one's an 8013, which is different outputs here. It's got some different switches. And it's got a secondary output here. It's got a output minus instead of an output plus only, or output only. So it's differential. So what I'm going to do before I power it up is we're going to open it up and have a look inside it and see what's going on. This one's interesting. It's got some extra brackets. It's got this bracket here, and it's also got one on the front there as well. So I'm not quite sure what the story is with that. It's quite an interesting setup. I've already checked the fuse. It's got a fuse in there for 120 volts, not 240 volts. I've got it set to 240, which is what my country is. And this one's made in, well, at least generated in 1981. It's a 2110 serial number. So 1981 is when this one's year is from. That's on normal. So let's take the covers off and we'll have a look inside it before we do anything. Just to make sure there's nothing horrendous inside it. And if it looks fine, then we'll power it up and go from there and test it. I've got no history on this. Again, it's an auction item. I've got no knowledge of whether it's any good, whether it's got a fault, whether it's been repaired before in the past. I've got no history whatsoever. It came from an auction score. Well, I just got like a bulk lot. I've got this with the other one, the 8013, together as a single lot. So, no idea if these are any good at all. They might be perfectly fine. There may be nothing at all wrong with them. Don't know. So, anyway, we'll find out. And what we'll find out is to actually try them. Let's say, first thing, have a look inside it. Because as far as you know, something's been done inside it and there's wires hanging around, or it could be a unit's been dismantled for parts. You just don't know. So I haven't looked at these at all yet. It's the first time I'm actually looking at it since I purchased the thing. a month or so ago. Here's one cover. Now, when I worked on before, I remember there being a bad transistor on one side. I think it was this board. I vaguely remember, I think it was one of those transistors here was bad. One of those or something like that. I vaguely remember something on the side being bad. And I repaired that as well. That'll be in a previous video anyway, but I'll see that. And there's the other side, all the adjustments and stuff. Tantalum cap, electrolytic. Just going to have a quick visual inspection around, make sure there's nothing unplugged or missing. Make sure there's nothing burnt. All the usual basic stuff. There's a bit of dust in here because, you know, it does have the vents on the sides. There's a little bit of residue in this, not much. Tantalums, film cap. Got the IC filter there. And just looking for any reefers. Can't see any reefers in there. All the wires seem to be attached and stuff. Another capacitor there. So no reefers, so we're probably safe to go. It is earthed. Right, I think we can power that up. It looks fine. And we'll see what happens. What could possibly go wrong? Let's fire the scope up, get that ready, because I'm going to need to use that to do testing. Assuming, of course, it does anything. We won't know it does anything until we actually do the testing. No. Get the cable. Sorry, let's get the boot up. I'll unplug the scope in until we've got power going in case something horrible happens. Let's wait for the scope. Any minute now. Alright, change the inputs on this thing. 0 that. 2 volts of division and give it 1 times probing because it gives me a BNC. Okay. All right. These are a little bit dirty. Well, I've got the cable plugged in. I've got this ready to go to do testing to see if it's actually got any output and stuff. I don't remember how to use this thing, so it's ages ago and I looked at the last one. Let's peel the sticker off because I think it's kind of in the way of the controls. There's another sticker bit someone's put on here. I'm not quite sure what the story is with that. It's like someone's marked it or something. I don't know. Okay. So let's turn the power on. That's out. Let's see what's happening when I turn the power on. Just get the meter in shot. Just in case something goes horribly wrong. It's always exciting. Okay. No power draw right now. That's good. There's no reefers in it I could see, so that looks good. Let's push power button. You've got light. 36 watts, 0.2 amps. That's okay. That's below the rating. That's half the rating. The fuse rating is 500 milliamps, so that's half that. So that seems normal. The vernier knob's very stiff. Maybe that's why that knob got changed. So if I do 1 volt there, this feels a bit gummy. Probably you could probably use some lubrication. So let's set these controls just to be central, and let's look at pulse period, and it's up to 10 milliseconds. Yeah, let's do that there. Pulse width, yeah, okay. Well, let's plug this into the trigger, and there's something on the scope, so that's good. Let's have a look. I'll try and get underneath that ducting. I might have to move it out of the way. Yes, move it out of the way. And of course I'm getting reflections now. So, okay, let's do that. Of course I could do this a different way by doing like a screen capture or something, but yes, those ones there which are lighting up. Okay, well, go slightly higher. Yeah, I guess it's slightly better. Okay. Alright, time base. Where's my trigger? I want trigger on UI. That's not what I want, is it? Yeah. Serial? No, I don't want that. I want edges. On channel 1. There we go. So, it's definitely doing something. Right, this records a video on this, so I'm just going to pulse period, pulse delay, pulse width. Right, okay. Let's test each one. Let's zoom into this some more. So here we are on the scope, and I'm just playing around, just trying to figure out pulse width stuff now. So I don't have widths on here, do I? No, I don't. I don't have the pulse information set up. I probably should do that. I was testing this thing. So I've got it set to the lowest one, which is a square wave, the lowest dimension on the vernier. That's just on the trigger output only. If I move it over one, there with the vernier on minimum, and I'll extend it, nothing changing there. I'm not quite sure which one should be changing. I think that might only be just initial triggers. This one over there. Okay, so this isn't really changing much as I change that one around. So that's interesting. The pulse width isn't changing, even though it maybe should be. But it may be because I'm using the trigger output, so it's just a trigger pulse. So that's probably what I'm seeing there. Okay, so that's working there. If I change these other controls, pulse period, there we go, pulse period. That's working. Yeah, let's bring us down again. Some of this is me figuring out how to use this thing. So this is just the trigger output I'm using here, not the actual output itself. So that's external, don't use external. This is 200 nano to 1 micro apparently. So right now I'm on the minimum. I think I need to set pulse width up on this thing, don't I? I don't have it on there right now. Let's set, can I do pulse width on this thing? Positive width, negative width. Add those on. Yeah, I should do it. So 12 nanosecond, 25 nanosecond. That's the minimum. I'll bring it up. So midpoint there. So pulse width is 12 nanoseconds. And the timing is like 300 there. Go all the way up, should be 1 micro. Let's bring the time base down. It's doing 3 in between them. It's doing 3 microseconds of maximum. So the next position over should be 1 micro minimum. Give 1.5, so it does need adjusting. And up to 1 millisecond maximum. I just want to test all the functions on this thing. We're getting 312 micro there. So that's not right either. Minimum next one round is 142 micro. Yeah, okay, so he's doing stuff on the pulses. Let's change pulse. Let's go to the actual output and bring us back down again and look at what's actually coming out of the thing. All right. So let's do that. Make a bit more sense, won't it? Let's bring us back down again. Not quite sure what our timing stuff are going to be. What I'm getting right now is an offset that works. Normal. This operating the switches. Internal load, polarity, positive, negative polarity, yeah. Okay. Trying to understand what this is doing. Not sure. Is that a transition time I'm showing with? Yeah. Okay, transition time, I'll just change that one now. So we should be getting something more sensible there now. Let's bring it in. Part of this is me learning how to use the damn thing. So going to trigger down. So that's what we get in there, and increase the output. Yeah, that does work. 2 volts peak to peak there. That looks right, close to it anyway. Right, that is doing stuff. It does seem to at least be working, at least in some degree. Changing pulse widths. Yeah, okay. So pulse delay. Doesn't seem to be doing a damn thing. There's the slopes. So we've got trailing edge and leading edge. We're changing those. So we'll make those really sharp. Okay, so pulse widths, there we go, it's changing those now. So that is indeed doing stuff. Yeah, right, timing's there. Yeah. Interesting. Jumping around a little bit. Maybe this control's a bit dirty. Probably is. Okay, so yeah, it does actually appear to be working. So this one might be like another nothing video because it seems to actually be doing what it's supposed to do. Part of this is me figuring out how to use it and everything. But yeah, that's working. Change the pulse width on that one there. Minimum. Yeah, that's turning up as well. Next one up. Yeah. Turn it down to the minimum one. Yeah. So yeah, that is indeed working. Done a group of pulses there and it stops. That's interesting. Could be to do with settings and stuff. So I don't know how to use this thing yet, so. Well, it has an offset as well. Let's see. Turn it on first. There we go, you can move it around, up and down. That works. Yeah, this one's working. So I might just need to calibrate it, but otherwise it looks like it's a non-video. This is what the thing does. It does pulses and stuff. Let me play this some more off camera and I'll maybe show you something more interesting than just me figuring out how to use the damn thing. Pulse today, yeah. Pulse width, pulse period. So you can change the effective duty cycle with that, can't you, effectively? Changing those around. Go longer. Let's increase the upper power. Make it a bit easier to see, eh? Higher voltage. What's maximum voltage can do? We're still at 11.7 volts peak to peak there, and it says 10 volts maximum, so bring it down. That all seems fine. Bit of glitchiness there somewhere. Where's that? Probably is a clean. Yeah, it's a bit of glitchiness in the middle there somewhere. Controls probably need cleaning. That's alright. So you could also do bring this over here and then to manual pulse. There we go, did one then. Let's do trigger, normal trigger, do a pulse, there we go, single pulse. So just by pushing the button. Yep, it's got to pushing that manual button in the front there, and it looks exactly the same every time. Change that one slightly. Maybe change that one slightly. There we go. That's when it shows up. Yeah. Nice. I mean, that seems to work all right. The longest pulse, shortest time. So what's the longest pulse this can do? Let's look at this. One second division, so we'll see what happens. Is it still waiting? Yeah. going to trigger on this or what? Here we go. Right, it's the second very long time. So that is almost 2 seconds. Longest pulse time is almost 2 seconds. And so the shortest is that one there. It's not a particularly good screw wave though, is it? But that is 10 nanoseconds division, and that's kind of one division, I suppose. I mean, I got the yeah, that's not a great pulse shape, but if I increase it slightly longer, there we go. Now it's starting to square up. So 15 nanoseconds kind of squares up a little bit, but yeah, it's not super sharp, is it? Although I'm on mega ohms on this one, if I do 50 ohm input, turn the voltage down a bit. Do another one. That's squared up? No, not really. It's no better. Yeah, no real difference there. Anyway, it seems to work alright. So, another working unit. I don't feel the need to do anything with it. Can I measure these capacitors to check values in case they're a bit noisy? I suppose we could do that, couldn't we? Well, let's just quickly look at these capacitors and see if we can measure any voltages on these or ripples and stuff like that. So let's probe one here, and one there, that end, and on there. What do we get voltage wise? 25 volts, AC ripple, 1 volt AC ripple. That's getting excessive. I think that cap is a bit fried. That's definitely too much. Got another one here. What's this one doing? That's millivolts, that's fine. That one's alright. 6 volts on that cap. The tantalum here, which is probably fine. I don't often come these. Haven't got split tantalums which are bad. 2.3 volts DC. Yeah, it's probably no around about that one. That's probably fine. But that big cap there is definitely fried. 1 volt ripple was a bit excessive. And there was another one on the inside. Which I've got to try and get to. Not sure if I can get to it very easily or not. No, I can't. I can't get to the other end of it. No, there's no way I can get to the other end of it. So, yeah. The other one's probably got issues as well. Let's just try and measure from casing. Go from casing to there. See what we get. No voltage that side. So that's probably a negative going one then. Right, we've got some tantalum on this side. Let's check these ones. 0.3 volts. Yeah, it might not even be active right now. Might depend on what mode we're in. Nothing there. Okay. So the cap here, which I can't measure, can't see what that value is either. So They definitely got one cap which is bad, but it still works fine, even with 1 volt ripple on it. 100 megahertz scope. It's not 100 megahertz, no. It's a 500 megahertz scope. Much like my 2042X is a 120 megahertz generator. Yeah. You have to improve these things, you know. So that's got bad cap, wherever the hell that cap is. Let's turn power off or zap myself or something. And move things around a bit. So it does work, but that capacitor's not very happy. Can I even get to it to get it out? Oh, jeez, that'd be a... Actually, one that's on the bottom, actually I can get to the pads from the top side, that one's on the bottom, which I couldn't measure. I can get to those pads. Let's do that. Power back on. Let's just measure across those. I can just reach it. Hopefully without shooting anything out. It's like, where do I rest my hands? Alright, one there. Don't slip. Do not slip. And we've got this one here. 24 volts as well. So it must be plus and minus supplies. 1 volt as well. So both those capacitors are bad. Two big axial caps, 25 volt. Well, not super big, but I can get to them from the top side. So they are possible. They are possible. I wonder what value they are. Let's turn the power off again before I forget. Let's have a look at the manual and try and find out what these are. Is it even worth doing? I don't know. But I like to have my equipment fixed up. So if I do sell it, which is likely, at least then it's in good condition, you know. I don't want to sell something which is going to fail 5 minutes after giving it to someone. So we want HP 8012. Let's shove this in the top screen so we can look at it. Right. Here we are. Let's make it bigger so we can actually see the damn thing. And let's try and find out what those capacitors are. It's definitely the unit. Probably power supply stuff, you know, main bulk power supply, so it's probably under that circuitry section. Boards. Which board was it? Is it that side or is it the other side? I'm not sure. I think it's... Which one's that? No, I don't think it's that side. No. There you go, this one here. C26 and C25. So, great, what are they? Thousand microfarad, 40 volt. 1000 microfarad, 40 volt. Okay, let's have a look. One thousands. These are a lot smaller. Hmm. 25 volt. I've only got 50 volt there. The ones I've got here aren't great. I've got a 35 volt. Oh, I've got two 35 volt ones. Yeah, I've got two 35 volt caps. Which is probably enough headroom. Just. I've got one 50 volt cap. The rest are 25s. All the other ones are 25 volt. Which is too close. So I'm going to have to get some more caps. Or I could probably upgrade them to something else. I've got some 2200s. What are these? That's a 35 volt, I think. Printing's not very good. Oh, no, I'm not on camera. No, it's 25 volt. What's this one? 16 volt. Yeah. So I don't have many choices here. I've only got two capacitors I could potentially use. Now the problem is I've also got the other unit, which has probably got the same setup in it. Good morning, how's it going? Repairs, restore, recycle. Morning for you? Yeah, just still morning for me, yes. Yeah, so I've only got a couple of those. So it's not ideal. I mean, I could replace them. 1 volt is quite high. But it still works. I'm going to need to get some more caps. I'm going to refurbish both of these, aren't I? Absolutely going to have to do that. Well, thinking about it, I'm going to put some deoxit in these things. Let's just change camera view so you can see what I'm doing. Well, it's all going to be a mystery, isn't it? Oh, kick the camera, it's always great. Shows professionalism. So, so I measured both those capacitors, and they're getting 1 volt peak, well 1 volt AC ripple on those. 25 volts DC, 1 volt AC on both capacitors, which seems excessive. The only ones I've got are these ones, which are significantly smaller. 1000 microfarad, 35 volt, which is what this is supposed to be according to the manual. Yeah, I'm just going to spray some deoxit fader on these because they're a little bit scratchy. Just to turn a little bit in there if I can and get some in. Whilst I'm thinking about it, I was going to forget. I'm going to put the thing back together again, and I might think about it again after that point. Put some on that shaft as well, just to lubricate the shaft slightly. Alright. Yeah. Because that level one was a little bit scratchy before, so I thought I'd get some in there and try and get it to hopefully work its way in and clean it a little bit. It's actually smoothing out a little bit already, actually. It's getting a bit easier. So, do I replace those caps or not? Seeing as the only ones I've got are these, which are tiny in comparison. I don't know. I've also got the second unit, which is the 8013, which I also need to do. Which, if these are the only caps I've got, I haven't got anything else suitable. So it's going to hinder me doing the other one, if that one's worse. Not sure. Decisions. Okay, electronics, how's it going? So, I mean, it basically works. So it all seems to function, but the ripple on those two caps is more than I'd like to see. Another alternative, because these are so missized, I mean, I could probably get it to stretch. I probably could get it to cover that range anyway, the leads. They could do it. In fact, I'd probably be inclined to mount them both on the top side, mount them side by side, so one on the bottom. Well, the other thing I was thinking is I could actually just put in a radial cap instead of axial, because I've got a lot more options in those. I say as I find I don't have any options in these. I've got a 63 volt. Those are 25s. Okay, that's no good either. I need to get some more of those too. In fact, I think I've ordered some. Yeah, I've actually ordered some recently, so I don't have high voltage ones at the moment. So I think I could use a radial and bodge that in, but I don't like to do that. But these are significantly different size. That's not a good thing, probably. 1 volt ripple was pretty bad. What I could try is clip leading on and strap it across one of these other caps and see what ripple we get then. Just see if adding it on makes a big difference or not. Let's try that, shall we? Clip onto there. And clip onto this one, hopefully it doesn't fall off, because that would be pretty awful if we get a shot. And we'll recheck it with a ripple with the capacitor across it and see if it changes it much at all. If it doesn't change by much, then it may just be the way the circuitry is. I've come across that before, where the circuitry is really very ripply, just by the nature, because it's not halfway rectified or something like that. So we'll try it again like that, and we'll see if that ripple improves. Because it may not even be worth trying to change them. So let's zoom out slightly so people can see what I'm doing. I'll do that instead, and I'll explain it for the video. So what I'm going to try doing is I've put some clip leads onto this capacitor here, onto another capacitor which has got the same spec, so that it's 35 volt instead of 40 volt, and it's an absolutely tiny capacitor compared to the original, but it's 1000 microfarad like the other one's supposed to be. So I'm going to probe across it and see if the ripple improves by adding that second capacitor. If it doesn't really do much, then it's probably not worth changing it, because it probably isn't that is the issue. It's probably just be a noisy circuit, and that's the way it is. Sometimes you get that with the capacitors originally are just not really that important. You know, it's like a pre-regulated one. So let's have a look and see what we get. Turn the power on, and let's see what we get across this capacitor right here. Well, it's got better. That's measuring 410 millivolts. It's halved it by adding that one in parallel to it. And we should be getting 25 volts across there. We are. So that does make a difference, but it's only halved it. So that is a little bit curious. If it's going to make a bigger difference, then it'd be worth doing, but right now it's not really looking like it matters that much. Let's put a even bigger capacitor across it and see what happens. Let's get a 2200. This is rated for what? 40 volts, that's a suitable one. And we'll see what this one does. halved it again, so 225 millivolts. So by greatly increasing that capacitance, that ripple definitely reduces, but it means it's probably that capacitance may be okay. It's just the way the circuit is. Still a lot of ripple, but at 1 volt. But doubling the capacitance and it's still a quarter of a volt. Yeah. Okay, is that voltage dissipated? Yeah, basically. So I'm thinking that maybe I won't bother replacing that cap, because unless I up the capacitance by a lot, it's not really going to change it that much, is it? Still dissipating capacitance. Right. And I think it'll be a symmetrical circuit, so the other one's going to be exactly the same. Because it'll be a positive and negative supply rail, which is why they've done that way. Let me measure capacitance of that actual cap and see what we're getting. Which would be easier if my probes didn't just fall off. Where's one of them? Where's the other one? Who else uses these then? Who else uses these? Oh, let's clip it on to find the other probe. Alright, let's do this on video. Try to. Let's actually test it with the ESR tester here, the Atlas, see what capacitance we get on this thing, see what this thinks of it, if I can clip onto it, if I can clip on. I'm clipping onto the first bit. There we go, just on it. Okay, 1346 microfarad, 0.09 ohms. So this tester says that capacitor is still measuring just fine. Yeah, and the tolerance, it's 30% up, which is perfectly fine for capacitors era. It's not, I mean, it could be leaky a little bit, but the fact that I shoved those other caps across it and it still was very ripply means I think this is probably okay as it is. I think I probably won't worry about it. I think I'll just move on. Oh, my stomach's grumbling now. Where's that other probe gone? I really need to find that, because I need to use that probe from time to time. It should be here. Where's that gone? Well, that is strange. It lives in this drawer right here, and all my peak meters live in this drawer right next to me right here, and it's not there. I seem to have lost it. Well, that's annoying. Because having these to probe it with is really good. Oh well. I guess I'll have to worry about it next time. Hopefully it turns up by then. Yeah, okay. Right, so I'm going to call that one good then and just move on. I think this is a working unit as it is. We can move on and check the next one out. I'm pretty happy with that, I suppose. Ripple, I'm not particularly happy with. You know, it is what it is, but it's not something I'm particularly liking. It's more than I'd like to see, but it seems that that's the way it's designed. Sometimes it's this way they are. Yeah, which way around did this go? Sometimes it matters. Was that the top one? Or was the other one the top one? I think they're the same. I think they're alright. No, I said go for a P. I'll suggest you do the same and I'll come back. It's got a little snack while I'm at it because my stomach's growling, so. Right. We'll put this thing back together, close up the video, and then look at the next one. Can't do this one handed, can I? Well, you have to wait for me to eat now, don't you? Not magnetic. Typical. So yeah, at least it works. So that's now. Where's the other one? Yeah, it does. Both the counters worked. So there's a nice auction score. This works. So it's 3 items which all work. So in a way, it's a bit disappointing because normally I don't. When I get things, I want to, get them to fix them. That's what I want, is to repair the things. So that's why I buy them. To do videos about fixing them up. And well, this doesn't really need it. I mean, those caps are, you know, marginal. They probably benefit from being upgraded, but you know, these caps aren't cheap. So probably pay more in caps than I actually pay for the unit itself. Come on, where's that not sitting right? Move over. There we go. So, don't forget talking in chat. I can't chat to you if you're not chatting to me. Right, just as a clean up. Don't worry about that right now. I'll finish eating this and I'll close the video off and then start the next piece. You just pay $200 for an actual capacitor. Yeah. There was one I was looking at yesterday that was $70 for one capacitor. Ridiculous. $200 sounds a bit more though. That must be a pretty chunky capacitor. I was only looking at quite low values of those, like I think it was a 15,000 microfarad, something like that. Was it 22,000? Something like that. You just be for dinner. Yeah, well, you missed everything. No, that's fine. We're doing more yet. I'm just going to close this video off. Yeah. Right. Well, that seems to be working just fine. I'm not going to worry about changing those caps. I mean, I think they're probably alright. I'm going to do another video on the 8013B. And when I do that one, I'll recheck those caps in that unit because I expect it's exactly the same setup. And see where we get on that one. I mean, it's a similar era. I don't know exactly what the age difference is between them. But as you saw, adding extra capacitance to it made very little difference to the ripple. So it's probably just the way that circuitry is. But I'll clean this up later on and get it all nice and clean up these connectors and stuff like that. Get the dust off them and get it all looking pristine. And I'll worry about that later on. Get these old stickers off and that sort of stuff. It's not a big deal, but it shouldn't take me too long to do that. But I'm not going to do it on camera. There's no point. So other videos to watch down below, as always, and check out the playlist. So I fixed one of these things before, so maybe check out that one as well if you want to see something a bit more in depth, which is actually doing a proper repair. I'm just having a look at one. Here's that. Right, let's check the next one out and put this to one side. If anyone's wondering where my wife is, because she normally brings me drinks and stuff, because she's currently at a committee meeting in Christchurch. He had to fly down there to go attend a meeting, so I'm all by myself at the moment. Which is good in a way, because it means I can take over a desk and I don't have to worry about upsetting her. Not like it really bothers her that much anyway, as long as it's not, she doesn't need it to use it at the time. Okay, this one looks very similar. Order several capacitors, right. Oh, I spent $200 on caps, right, okay, not a single one. Well, I currently have an order on DigiKey, queued up, ready to go. Ironically, I was setting up yesterday, and now I think I might need to get some 1000 microfarad 40 volt. Did I get some of them? I think I did. Might have to go and double check that and make sure I've got some high voltage 1000 microfarads. Let me do that now before I forget. I think I had some on there. I need to double check. But that order is $600 so far. So, yeah, it can get expensive. Let me just go and quickly check DigiKey, then we'll do this next video. My order list. Still sitting in the cart, so I may need to add some more to this. 15,000, 10,000, 10,000, 22,000, 10,000. Go on, where's the 1,000s? That's 35 volt, 50 volt. Those are radials. I don't have any axials. Okay, well, let me just quickly find some 1,000 volt, 1,000 microfarad axial capacitors and add them to my order, because apparently I need some. In stock, always have to tick in stock, otherwise there's no point ordering it, is there? And 63 volt, 50 volt, 40 volt, 35 volt. It's only 23 in stock. Right. Yeah, I know you can't see what I'm doing right now. It's fine. Yeah. Lifetime. What maximum lifetime listed first? 12 volt a cap for those ones. That's 40 volt. That's not bad. That's the ones I kind of want. And that's 10,000 hours, 105 degree. And there's some other ones here which have got the same spec. Hold on. These are cheaper. This won't take me long, I promise. Well, I kind of promise. Just looking at dimensions. Same size, same ratings. Completely the same ratings, same ESR. And one's cheaper than the other. And they're both the same supplier. Strange. Right, different prices. We've got the same part numbers, actually. Oh, maybe one's tape and one's something else. I don't know. 10 of them is $82. Jeez. Yeah, okay, I'll keep looking. That's at 40 volts. Might be able to get another higher voltage one which is similar price maybe, I don't know. 35 volts are a bit cheaper, not much though. I need some more 35s. That's 5,000 hours, 125. $9. 2,000 hours, 85 degrees, $6. Yeah, okay. There's some 63 volt ones, which I'll probably get some of them too. 10,000 hours, yes, a couple of dollars more. 10,000 hours, 105 is better. Let's get a couple of them. $16 each. Let's get 4 of them. There's $66 in one capacitor type. And then I think that one there was the one I was wanting, a 40 volt. This one's, yeah, that 40 volt already gone to. Let's get 4 of those as well. That's now $47. So it's $100 for 8 capacitors. Yeah. 35 volts are cheaper. Maybe I should get some more of those as well. There's a 50 volt there for $8. Maybe I'll get some of them. Those are lower hours though. Right, it's all about price now. We'll carry on with this in a minute, so I'm getting distracted. It's probably not that exciting for you listen to me waffling on about capacitor prices and buying stuff. If I sort it the right way, instead of going the most expensive first, let's go cheapest first. 35 volts, 2,000 hours. Yeah, sometimes you just want cheap ones too. So 50 volts, get a couple of them, and some 35 volts, get a couple of them. Some cheaper ones. Let's get 4 each of those. If they're cheaper, let's just get 4. I've done with it. Although, for those ones, the 50 volt ones, it's $31 for 4, or I can get 10 for 53. Let's get 10. That's 50 volts. That'll do. I think I did this one, didn't I? That's the 40 volt. Yeah, I did that one. I think. Right. Okay, so it's enough 1,000 axials now. They're in my order. Move them there. Now we can get back to doing video. Okay. Axials getting expensive, yeah. Well, they always have been a bit higher, but now they're getting pretty ridiculous. So when I do get them, I tend to buy a lot of them, or as much as I can afford to get, because the price is only getting more, and sometimes they're even going. They're ceasing to be manufactured in some cases. Like there's the 8,300 microfarad, which is used in some equipment, like the what was that in? That was in the HP 3458A, I think it was, 8,300 microfarad. Yeah, that one there. 35 volt. You can't get that anymore. You just can't get that one. It's not made. So things like that are a problem because you have to substitute with a different one, and you know it's not ideal. Someone's had a cup of coffee in here. That's nice, isn't it? A coffee cup which has left a stain. It was dripping inside it. Anyway, alright. Set the controls to the middle. Before that's there, that's fine. Put that up there. Middle, off, normal, internal load on. Okay. Short delay. Yeah, okay, that should be basically working. Right. We'll take this one apart as well. Right, today we're going to look at this thing, which is the HP 8013B pulse generator. This is very similar to the 8012B, which I've done a couple of videos on. One about 8 years ago, one I just recorded it before this one. And this one's a bit different. This has got a negative and positive output rather than just one output terminal. This is slightly different to the 8012. So I've done the 8021. I've done the 802B before and done some repairs on that. And last video I looked at just now, wasn't much to do with it. It seemed to work just fine. We're going to take it apart and have a look at it. This is called 666, which is always interesting. And you can see here, someone's put a coffee cup on top of it, and it's got a nice ring there from the coffee cup. So obviously someone's cup has been wet, they put it on here, hopefully it hasn't dripped inside and caused a problem, but to put a coffee cup on top of a piece of equipment, especially when it's got vents on it like this, it's a bit dumb. Anyway, let's take it apart and let's have a look and see what we're dealing with. It may be fine. The last one I looked at was perfectly fine. There was some ripple on capacitors which appeared to be normal. It was quite high ripple, it was 1 volt. Yeah, 1 volt on AC, on a 25 volt cap, or 25 volt power supply I should say. So it's a bit higher than I liked, but you know, it just seemed to be the way it was. This has got 1 or 2 substituted screws in here actually. These are Aussies or crosshead, or Phillips, I think it's a Phillips. And is that also changed? Yes it is. There's 2 flat heads here. So someone's obviously lost screws like this thing on the past. This seems like the right kind of screw. The right threads at least, give them that much. Didn't whack in the self-tapper or something. Alright, let's pull this apart. Try to. Sometimes it'll wedge a little bit. And then we'll try this on. We'll check the ripple on these caps as well. So it was that capacitor, and there's also another component one on the underside, which is exactly the same. So it's funny, these get stuck. Each one lift them off, and they should just slide straight in. There we go. Right. So there's the other cap right there. So we need to check both of those, see what the ripple's like on those. But first is visual inspection, see if there's anything awry in here. Check for any burns, any blown up tantalums if there are any. Got some wet tantalums which are usually okay. It's rare for me to come across wet tantalums which are bad. Sometimes they'll leak. That can happen. But generally it's unusual, very unusual when you come across a tantalum which is bad. Oh yeah, the wet tantalums anyway. The dip tantalums are different, they tend to fail quite frequently if the power supplies aren't perfect. But there's nothing here to worry about. Everything in here is looking alright. So I think we can, I might just measure those caps and see what they are now before I power the thing up. And I'll measure one of them anyway. Can't get to the other one. Not with this thing. And then we'll power it up and see what ripple we've got on this capacitor, and obviously see if it works. Now I've got to get onto the thing first. This might be a change in itself. It's just on. Right, turn this on. What do we get? Yep, 1100 microfarad, 0.05 ohms. That seems fine. At least on the surface it looks okay. It's very similar to the one we got in the other unit, which was measuring as 1300. That's how that was measured. Obviously can't get to the other one. Not right now. So everything looks physically okay. There's no signs of anything burnt. There's nothing obvious. So let's plug in the power and we'll see what happens. Make sure that's out. Haven't checked the fuse on this one, or the voltage selections. I should definitely do that. Voltage correct, fuse. That's got the correct one in there, 500 milliamp hours. Or milliamp hours. 500 milliamp fuse, which is correct for this voltage. So that's sort of been changed out for 240 volt, that's good. Make sure that's on normal. Right. Turn the power on with this switch off. Nothing showing up over there. Turn the switch on. We have a light. Got 23 watts, 130 milliamps going in, which is actually lower than the other one was. The other one had a 200 milliamps going into it, the 801 I'm surprised there's that much difference between them, because they're very similar units. Very similar. It might be the same circuitry, just with some different connections and stuff done, potentially. So, alright, that's looking alright. Let's plug the scope in, and we'll see what we're getting as far as pulses and stuff on the output here. Okay, straight away I've got a pulse on there, so let's change this to the scope view up there. To adjust this a little bit. I'm not quite sitting on a place with the tripod. It's not quite right either. Okay, that's better. Right. Set this to normal trigger, auto trigger I mean. So straight away we've got a pulse there, which is good. Let's look at changing this down a bit. There we go, there's that pulse there. Just changing the control, whether it's dirty or not. Did jump a little bit for a second there, but it seems alright. That is the shortest pulse time there can do. So 10 nanoseconds is the minimum it's doing there, which is fine. I'll bring it up. It's got pulse delays as well and some other stuff on here which may or may not matter. Actually I need to make these slopes better. Yeah, okay. So that's alright. Let's change the time base. Just playing with the switch right now. So it's currently doing 2 pulses. It sets a double pulse on the switch here on the front. And I do normal pulse, so we do single one. So it's 2 pulses, single pulses. And we can change some other parameters too on here. Once I zoom out some more, maybe I'll see some more. Pulse period, let's make that shorter so we can see more pulses. Should be able to span it out. There we go. So it is working. I'm not sure it's 100% right, but it is working. Yeah, that was there. I'm not sure that's dropping down like it should be. Maybe it's because I've got that one set too high. Yeah, it's because I've got that one set too high. Yeah. Some of these controls have interoperation things going on, so let's bring us down a bit so you can see. I just want to check this across each range. That'll come down. Yeah, great. Get the next one down. Yeah. Do I reduce the pulse length? Yeah, okay. That seems to be alright. Put it down. I think there is some dirt in that pot though. It's jumping a little bit and I'm turning it. Yeah, that one's jumping. See that? Jumping there. So I think there is a bit of dirt in that one. that's fine. We can do something about that. That's working okay. Right, let's go to the longest time and see what we get. I think it's going to be like a second or something. Let's go. So 1 second pulse width. Increase the pulse delay. Let's try and get this set up to actually do something. Is it going to show up or not? No. Some of this is about getting the thing bloody configured right. Let's try and get this to not be so slow. Is my trigger not in place? Should be enough. Right. Or is that switch a bit dirty? Yeah, now I've moved it, it's come right. Yeah, okay, so these controls are dirty. Right. That switch might have been giving you some trouble. Yeah, all these controls are dirty. So it's giving some issues on this. So we just get in there with some switch cleaner and some potentiometer cleaner and see what I can do for them. Right, let's increase this timing here. Yeah. This will be a slow acquisition time. Let's increase that one. This should be the maximum pulse width it can do. Might go a bit slower again. Let's see what we get. Here we go. So it is almost 2 seconds in that time. So, okay, that's alright, that pulse is working. So it is working, it just needs to clean up. Excellent. Let's check the ripple on those caps. With silicon leads, they always tend to like twist around each other. I don't know what it is about that. It's kind of always happens. Right, let's check the voltages first. So the top capacitor, I've got to be careful how I'm probing this, it mustn't slip off. That could be disastrous. And on that one there, 25.9 volts. That's compared with what the other one was. Probe on this one here, again, it must not slip off. And that one there, 26 volts or so. I'm slipping a little bit there. There you go, 26 volts exactly. Let's check AC ripple. On the other unit, on the 8012, this was 1 volt. So let's see what we get. 0.6, that's better. And 0.7. So it is better on here. The ripple is better on this one. So the 8012 had worse ripple. This also had lower capacitance. So it could be the other one's got leakage issues and that's causing problems. That may also be why adding capacitance across the original one wasn't as effective as I thought it was going to be. Because it could be the leakage of the original capacitor is causing a problem there. It could be causing it to lose voltage through that capacitor. Basically draining the capacitor which I strapped across it in the process. But it's working. Just needs a clean, so I might just kill this and do that, give it a clean up. Now these pots I think might be sealed, I'm not completely sure. We'll just try spraying some in the back and see if we get anywhere with it. We'll try it anyway. The YouTube stream is skipping. Let me check my stream thing. No, I haven't dropped any frames. It's not me. It's not me doing it. Must be YouTube's end or your internet connection end, something like that. It's not mine anyway. I can't do anything about it. Oh, these I can't even get to. Right, we'll see how we go. So I'm going to sort of dribble some in there. So I got some Heathkit fader. Only ever use stuff which is meant for potentiometers. Can't say it. Only ever use what's meant for potentiometers on potentiometers. Don't use oil or anything like that, or even normal Heathkit, because you can actually damage the carbon layer inside them. Only use things which are meant for that device. It doesn't have to be Heathkit. You can, there's lots of other brands which do cleaners for variable resistors or potentiometers or sliders, whatever. But make sure it's designed for that particular purpose. Now this is potentially a sealed pot, so I'm gonna basically dribble some on the back and hope for the best. Hope it works its way in there, because there's no obvious way of getting into them. And now these ones here, we'll get to as well. Same deal. Put some on the back of them. I can barely see what I'm doing. I'm hoping it will work its way in there, and eventually, may not be immediate, but it may get in there eventually and clean it. It's not ideal, but sometimes you just have to do what you can do. Now that's that part. Let's drip some on that one, because it's dripping off anyway. I'll just put them on. I've been wasting it. This stuff's expensive. Right. And just give them a bit of a twiddle and hope that something's gone in there. Well, I'm going to stand it right up here because it might run off the back of the swings, which I don't want to happen. If we're lucky, someone's got in. Right. Those should be down, middle, thereabouts. Anyway, bring that down. So that makes sense. Okay. Stand it back up again. The other thing I want to do is get onto the actual switches. Now, I'm not sure if I can just... Yeah, I'll probably spray that straight through the front, through the gaps. I know these can be a bit funny. Let's move this out of the way. And that one I will use normal Heathkit on. Although I think this is gold plate. Yeah, it's probably gold plate, so I'll use the Heathkit gold, which is a bit gentler. Right. Let's just spray some into these switches through there. And my can has decided to not stop spraying. That's great. It started spraying, then it won't shut off again. That's what I want, isn't it? It's still spraying. No, this stuff's expensive. I can't lose that. Jesus. Why is this not showing off? Great, so I've got this stuff and it's not going to shut off. You can see the gas coming out. Damn it. Which means I'm going to need to empty this can out. That's really irritating. If it stops leaking, that's great. No, it's still leaking. I better come back and do this after. No, it's getting better. Okay, I think it stopped leaking. I think it stopped leaking. That is a concern. Oh well. Bugger. Now, next one I've got is that I need to seal this up, don't I? I'm sure I've got some of those there somewhere. Just lucky I've got these sorts of things lying around. I thought I had some caps. It's a slight just deviation from the repair, isn't it? It's all stuffed in this drawer, which is very, very full. There's some at the back there. If I can reach them, please. Perhaps the valve needs some lube. Yeah. Come on. Well, I've got these other bottles, but it's just like they're stuck at the back and they're being pinned. I've got too much stuff in this drawer and I can't pull a bag out. I've got a bag for these bottles in it. Okay, so my shoes are broken. Let's go for that one. Will that also sit over? Guess it will. Is that too loose? No, that's fine. That'll work. Great. Dear. What a pain. So I'll keep these sorts of things around just in case I need them. It's a shame my drawer's so full of stuff which I struggle to get into it. Okay. It was Cyquist, wasn't it? That pen will probably come off. Anyway, that's that. Put that up there. Probably got stuff everywhere now. Anyway, now we can lubricate your switches. It's bloody everywhere. Right. Well, the spray has gone everywhere, but on the plus side, the switches move freely now. Like, really freely. That made a big difference. Just a shame it's going to be like everywhere inside. I only wanted to put a little bit in there just to get it onto the actual contacts, but oh well. I'm sure it works better now. That shouldn't have gone into the pots. It should have only been on the PCB. It's got a circuit board in the back here. These just run along the circuit board. It's got traces on the board which have been made into switches, basically. And that's what that's used for. Let's clean the worst of this off. Anyway, this will be, well, I think it might actually help clean it, get the oil off it. Alright. Lubricated now, that should hopefully be less glitchy. It's probably overdone though. Normally a deoxy, just put a little bit in and that's all you do, but because this thing wouldn't stop spraying, a bit more used than I intended. Anyway. Never mind, it's done. It's lubricated now, so you know, here's what it is. Okay, let's put it back together. Clean up my drawers, yeah. Greg, beat you to it. Oh, mind you, I probably wasn't reading the chat at the time, so yes, I've done it. Let's put the covers back on it. I think this is fine. I mean, the ripple on its caps was lower, so that's interesting that the other one had higher ripple on it. So that could actually be an indication those caps do need doing. I mean, I got, what did I get down to? I got 400 millivolts when I've had the parallel 1000 microfarad in there, didn't I? So yeah, it probably means that changing those caps would be beneficial. But even this one was still quite high, wasn't it? Still 400. Yeah, no. But this was better. Well, is it 400? No, 700. 600, 700. So, yeah. Anyway, put this back together. So that's all these units looked at. Go on, go in. So that's alright. But they all work, everything works, so that's a good benefit, I suppose. But like I said, I do want to have items which I get them be broken, because I want to do videos about repairing the things. You know, that's a big point of what I'm doing here. To do videos about fixing the things up. Anyway. Going. Your flat blade bloody screws. Bit of fiddlier. Deoxit counts only fail. Yeah, indeed. That isn't bad, is it? Not really. Nothing else went horribly wrong. Didn't blow anything up, didn't shut myself out, didn't electrocute myself. Well, there's still time, isn't there, I suppose? Actually, I wonder if I should spray something. Oh, no. Do I want to risk opening this can up again? See, I just should spray some of the other unit and clean our switches up as well, because these feel much better now. You're asleep. Up early tomorrow. Okay, no worries. B-Rod. Catch you later. Let's drop them by. Right. There. There. I can turn the scope back off now. Finish with that, I think. Right, what time is it? 12:30. 4.5 hours stream. That's not really long for me, is it? 4.5 hours. Feels like I'm just starting. Okay, well, that works. Let's do the outro for the video. I know what it is, eh? I know that can failed. I just realised why this can failed and it was having trouble. It's because of that. That's what it was. Yeah. Anyway, other videos to watch. Like I said, I've done the AO12s. Check those videos out. And it's nice to get another piece of equipment which is working perfectly. I do prefer to get bits of gear which are broken, and I'll also do repair videos about them. That's our purpose of getting bits of gear, so I can make a video fixing it and showing you how to fix things. It doesn't always work out that way, but in a way it's also nice to get some easy ones for a change. Yeah, apart from the can, of course. Hopefully this thing doesn't go flat over next week. I'll do to watch down below. Maybe you want to give me a donation so I can buy another can of deoxit gold. That stuff's not cheap. I think it's like $40 a can or something like that for cans that big. Yeah, it's a horrendous price, but you don't use much unless, of course, the can fails. So yeah. Right, catch you later. Right, that video done. Could we do the dreaded Keithley? Well, we could. We could. Yeah, we could do. Let's put this can away. I really hope that can doesn't keep on leaking, because I hate to go to it and find it's empty. You know, $30 worth of spray on the bench or something. That would be annoying. Again, I'll clean this up properly later on. Let's fill the other one. Yeah, the switches feel much better than one I just did. I'm going to put some deoxit in there. I just don't feel good. Am I going to risk using a spray can again? I think I will. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, it definitely makes the switches feel much better. I suppose I should do these ones too, really, shouldn't I? Didn't do those, you know ones. Maybe we'll work his way in there, hopefully. I'm probably pushing my luck with this bloody can though. Feels so much better. it on that for now. Suppose if I check the can, see if it's still leaking or not. In fact, I should actually do these other switches which I missed on this one. Spray a bit in there too. Hopefully this work its way in. I suppose I should put a little bit like in here too, shouldn't I? Drill a bit into these connections. Just a bit of residue. I suppose I should do that on the other one too. Just to keep the connections a bit nicer. Right. So the Keysight 237, the beast. First thing I'll do before I do that though is make sure this can is not leaking. Let's just be sure it's okay, because I don't want to come to it and find it's been drained. Are there any bubbles coming out? No, it looks alright. Great. So I think we're good there. The problem seems to have fixed itself. Thankfully. If I don't throw this stuff away and have it fall off the shelf. It's already rubbing off. Oh no, it's leaked. Does this one leak? I'll tip it over. This one is ones which don't actually seal. That'd be annoying. Dry paint pen. See if that will last longer than the marker pen. Don't fall off the shelf this time. I know some of these bottles aren't very good, they don't actually seal very well. The last thing I want is this thing all evaporating off. Right. Keysight 237. Like I said, I haven't touched this thing in like 3 months. Yeah. And over here, amongst all this stuff, like the screws and stuff all stuck to the magnet over here. It's like, yeah, there's little bits for it over there, amongst other things. So, where am I to with this thing? High voltage board is fine. That's working. All fully recapped. The whole thing's been fully recapped. The other board I repaired about 3 times. This board I repaired several things. Relays, op amps, output op amp, some comparators. There's a switch I replaced, which I think I didn't need to replace because it was no better afterwards. Like a IC switch over here, DG444, something like that. And yeah. Yeah, it's been challenging, this thing. I'm thirsty again. My throat's getting dry from the talking. Yeah. Let's go get him a drink. Right, unfortunately, the only cans I've got are V. I haven't got anything else apart from beer. And it's a bit early for beer, especially as I don't tend to drink much anyway. So, let's come back to the computer for a minute. And close this off and check on some other stuff on here. Drop frames, hardly any. I've done, is it 10 more frames since the last time I looked? Well, it's a V drink, yeah, but I don't normally drink that much V. I might have like one can over a period of 2 or 3 days. I don't tend to have much. And these are only small cans, 250ml. I don't tend to have that much V. I don't like to drink it that much. I actually prefer to have like Primo, which is like a milk drink, like strawberry milk, that sort of thing. Prefer that to V. But it's the only reason is it convenient for doing the live stream. Yeah, that's fine. I know people do drink energy drinks all the time, and you know, but I actually don't tend to drink that much of it. I only have it because it's convenient for the live stream, because I can bring it in here and drink it whilst I'm doing it. You know, it's only because of all the talking, which is drying my mouth out a bit and making my throat a bit sore. Right, so I'm just trying to get my head around this 237. I suppose I should demonstrate where it is right now. Let's get a cable. Use this. Yeah, let's do voltage first. I'll just demonstrate that. Right, 1 volt output. What am I seeing? Nothing. Has it got worse in the meantime? Oh, some of these cables were a bit dodgy. Is it that? No, it's not that. Is Didn't leave say unplugged, did I? No. Now anyway, I've got no output. Why do I have no output now? It was working. Well, this is just bloody typical, isn't it? Why do I have no output now? It says it's doing it. Is it this bloody cable? I plugged in the right place, haven't I? It says it's doing it, so its own readback says it's doing the voltage and stuff. I've got the link on there. That should be working. Let's try a different cable. Just in case I damage that one somehow or something. No. Have I got the wrong terminals on this thing? Okay, it's the green one, not the black one. Right, I don't know. Must be different wiring configuration to the other cables I was using before, because green was okay. So there we go, we've got 1 volt there now, that's working. So go back to that one, back to there, voltage 0, oh you've gone to sleep. It's definitely working perfectly now, it's a shame you can't see it. Alright, so there you go, 1 volt there, 1.1 volt, yep. Bring it over here, so wind it up, 11, no problem. £100, no worries. So 1000 volts, no problem. Now I can bring it down and go negative. Negative 100. Negative 1000. Right, so as you can see, the voltages are working perfectly now. Right, so let's go back to there. Now if I do the same thing for current, so why it's not the black wire, I don't know why it's not that one. Anyway, do current. Do it a bit closer. Yeah, I mean, the green one's supposed to be the shield, right? And the black is supposed to be the conductor. But for some reason these they're different. I don't know why that is. I think there's some other cables which I've put away which were green as a shield and black as the conductor. Anyway, go figure. So now in current mode, output voltage. We can look at the compliance. says 3 milliamps, but we're not doing it. That's on AC. We want DC. There you go, 3 milliamps. Right, so that's working there. 1 milliamp and so on. Right, I can go down in ranges. Will be much lower levels here. Although in that range it doesn't do that much. You know, bring it down a range. Here we go. Right. So you can see this doesn't have the resolution to all the low stuff, but you can see these very low levels are working. All right. 1 milliamp, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, those are working. 10 milliamps, that's working, right, at the moment. And the same for negatives. Well, will be negative if I do reverse polarity. So that's working. If I change ranges, 100 volt range, still doing 1 milliamp. That's working, right? Up to 10 amps, 10 milliamps. That's working. Interesting. I thought I actually had a fault with that one or one of them. Now I go back down to the 10 volt range and change the currents to the next highest range. Let's go here, 100 milliamp range. Right. So if I now come over to milliamps here, 4 volt, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11. This is working now. What the hell's changed? Last time I did this, I couldn't get anything more than about 14 milliamps. It's changed by sitting on my floor for the past 3 months. It can now do it. It's fixed itself. How does it fix itself sitting on the floor? Well, it's kind of frustrating because I've been, you know, I spent a lot of time on this thing before trying to figure out what's going on with it. In the 10 volt range, let's try 1 volt range. Bring it down. That's 1 volt range. Compliance, 10 milliamps still. That's there. Okay. Yeah. In 1 volt range, it's doing it still. What I was getting before, when it went for between 4 and 5 milliamps, the current would collapse. One range would actually do it properly, and the other one wouldn't. That's working correctly now. What the hell? It's working properly now. So what do I say to this? It's fixed. But I don't know why. It's fixed, but I don't know why. That's a I was working on this thing for weeks trying to solve this problem, and then that's when I put it to one side and started working on other things because I was getting too far behind with my other repair videos, right? So because I have to show some kind of progress in each video, basically. What the hell? Why can't I go into the menu? Because I'm doing that, maybe. There we go. Local sense, 50 Hertz. So nothing's changed, it's still doing 50 Hertz local sensing. the memory is still the same. It does have a backup battery in there, in the back there. I was actually planning on doing an upgrade to this thing to change this to FRAM, so you don't need a battery anymore. That's something I was thinking about doing on this. I was going to investigate changing that memory chip out. Hopefully it's fixed permanently. Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is though, I don't trust it. So last time I did this, it was not working, and I could replicate the fault over and over again, many times. I could replicate it, and I showed it in videos, and all the footage and stuff I recorded. So it's like, I put it to one side for 3 months, come back to it, and suddenly it works. That's kind of surprising. And it's still going. So it's like, what the heck? Well, it's working. I mean, I couldn't get this before. Let's do minus voltage. Let's try negative voltage instead. And try this again. Yeah, negative current as well. Zero does minus 1 amp because it's trying to output voltage all the time. 1 milliamp, I mean. It's just the way it is. You always got something there. Do 10 volts. Yeah. It's okay. Well, in one way, I know at least it will do it. If it comes back again, then that's a mystery. But it do have like minimum currents it'll do on each range, which is a bit interesting. Set it to 0. And just ranger and it will change around. So 100 milliamp range, it will do 1 milliamp minimum. 10 milliamp range, it does 0.1 milliamp minimum. It just goes down scale by scale, and obviously now it's at resolution. But it will go down to nanoamps. So yeah, this can do very low currents. But yeah, I was having trouble with the milliamp ranges, and so now that seems to be fixed. There's a 10 milliamp range is one I was having trouble with, and the 100 milliamp range. All the others work fine, and now it's perfectly fine. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh well. Maybe something had to reset because it's, as Greg's saying, maybe it's because it's powered off for a long time. Maybe. Maybe it's some kind of logic issue and it got confused. See, as I tried different voltages, I was trying to write 1 volt, 10 volts, 100 volts, stuff like that. I was trying different output voltages, different currents, different polarities, and I could replicate the fault no matter what I did. And there were certain circumstances would be a little bit different. And one actually things I did, this amplifier board right back here, the output board, that's got a 100 milliamp input onto it, right? So that's for switching the ranges for the high current range. And I'd actually tried disconnecting that, and either that with that disconnected, I could get 14 milliamps. That's the most I could get. And then when I put it back on again, like nothing wouldn't work. So it's a mystery. It's working. I don't know why. Cool. Should I try powering it off and back on again? See if it doesn't work the second time? Maybe. Let's try it. If it's working in a way, it's great, but it's going to be a bit of a anticlimactic video when I say I tried it again 3 months later and suddenly it's fixed itself. Yeah. So 10 volt, 1 milliamp output. I'll put on 1 milliamp. Minus 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's doing it. Yeah, it's still working. Oh, hold on. No, it's not. There we go. See that? Now it's not doing it. You saw it doing it the first time around. Now it's not doing it anymore. It's broken again. There you go. Can't do more than 8 milliamps now. And dropping. So it's still faulty. So this thing is still giving trouble. I did a test just now, and amazingly it's working perfectly. Been sitting on my floor for 3 months. I did tested up to 100 milliamps, positive, negative voltages, 1000 volts, plus and minus. It is working perfectly fine. Not a single thing wrong with it. I thought that's interesting because it's been sitting on my floor for 3 months because I've been waiting to get back to it. And then I power cycled it, and it's faulty again. So, weirdest thing. So 10 volts output, compliance, 1 milliamp, 4, 5. Sometimes it collapses at 5. Now it can't do more than 8 milliamps. Whereas before that was working perfectly. Come down the range. The original thought when I go between 4 and 5 milliamps it would collapse. So this one's working. That's going up to 10 milliamps. So it's just the highest range right now, which is currently playing up. But this one would sometimes play up as well, going between 4 and 5 milliamps. It would sort of go there and collapse. If you did it quickly, it would work. And so, yeah, this is definitely interesting because it was working perfectly just now without changing anything, and now it's not. Something weird is going on with this. I'm wondering if it's a logic problem now, because being powered off for ages and it worked. I mean, now it's doing 10 milliamps right reliably. See negative voltage. Try it again. -4, -5, not collapsing. -10 milliamps. Yeah, that's working as well. So this is a mystery because it definitely was working perfectly 5 minutes ago. Do a higher voltage, you know, 100 volts. Compliance. It's not collapsing between those, no. 10 milliamps, no problem. Can't do any higher than that voltage range. Bring the voltage back down again to 10 volts again. That's the 1000 volt range I was on, that's 100 volts there, so I might be able to do it there. Yes, I can. But now it's collapsed. As soon as I change ranges, see that? 10 milliamps, highest range, dropping off. More lost sleep, yes. Well, That was interesting, wasn't it? You all saw it working. But that does indeed prove there's something wrong with that 100 milliamp range where it's not quite right. Very interesting. Working perfectly to being faulty after a power cycle. That was the first time I've seen it working properly. That's the very first time. So the plus side is that I know it's capable of working properly. But it just creates a whole bunch more questions, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, I've had it off for... I know I left it off completely for like a month before and tried it and it didn't work. So... But then I could have power cycled it a couple of times and I may not have been looking at that particular thing at the time. I could have been looking at something else. Very curious. But you can see why I put this to one side for 3 months, can't you? This one's been a bit of a headache trying to solve it. But it is nice to know it actually can do 100 milliamps. And it can work correctly when it chooses to. And in fact it will do 10 milliamps perfectly fine. And then when you change ranges it doesn't. That's also interesting. Yeah. So there's lots of questions on this thing, and there's still a lot more work. I think this is something which is going to take me many, many hours of digging. Yeah, having it working has created more questions than answers. It can do it. Why isn't it? I know all the voltages are perfect. There's no issues with voltages. They're all good. Isn't the power supply sagging? I've already ruled those sorts of things out. It could potentially be a bad output device on that board. However, it does it both positive and negative voltages, which kind of rules it out because it's two different transistor chains. So unless you've got two transistors which are both faulty, which happen to have exactly the same symptom, I think I could ignore that as well. Now the fact it did actually do 100 milliamps without any problem means I probably can ignore that output chain and say the output board is probably okay now. Apart from one thing, and that's that switching for the 100 milliamp range, because it's got that switching there, which I mentioned before. Now if there's an issue with that switching, that could affect both sides. Maybe there's a breakdown of the transistor or something like that, and it's like bridging between both sides of the output. It's possible. It's like two transistors in the configuration. But yeah, I don't know for sure what's going on with this yet. And one of the hardest things is that you can't easily probe on this stuff. You have to be really careful. There's 1200 volts on this thing, right? So 1200 volts, positive and negative. So you've got 2400 volt differential on that board. So you have to be a little bit careful. Any relays? Yes, there is. I've already eliminated that. I've already rolled relays out and even repaired two. Was it two relays I repaired or one? I can't remember. I'm just looking now. I've definitely replaced one relay. I don't think it was two. I think it was only one. Yeah. Yeah, there was one relay I did replace. So I did the video on. I think I already showed that. Yes, I can't fault it yet. That's the thing. I've checked everything I can think of, which is why I put it aside for 3 months. Yeah. So definitely curious. Let's try power cycling it again, or power it up again. See if it's just mysteriously decides to work now. I will be very surprised. Let's bring the voltage back down to 1 volt, because we know it's definitely working in before. Compliance 10 milliamps. Turn that back off, and take that back off. Can't do it. 1 volt can't do it. So that's 100 milliamp range. Bring it down. So yeah, it still failed, and it's associated with that 100 milliamp range. If I do that, turn it on, this is doing go around instead, using voltage compliance. Interestingly, this one's being different. Why did I'm sure I put voltage on that. Is that not taking? Oh, it's that bloody thing there. That's your trigger. Okay, there we go. I keep missing that little LED there. It's not completely obvious to see. Right, so then 2 milliamps there. No collapsing. Same thing. So if I do it either voltage or current compliance, which way around, it still behaves the same way. Unless I go down to the next range down, which should then work. Now the issue I was saying, I was having between 4 and 5 it collapse. It's not doing that now. This one will do 10 milliamps. So yeah, it's got some clamps which are used between positive and negative, either voltage or current. So it's got 4 clamp systems in there which do the closed loop control. And depending on which way you do it, you're using different clamps, so you're kind of ruling things out that way as well. So yeah, it's a mystery. Wife came with a Never the Code shirt. Did you get some on merch, did you? Okay, cool. Good to hear. I'm assuming it's one of mine, not somebody else's. So yeah, this is a mystery. I'm not sure I'm mentally in space for this one, which is why it's been sitting there for 3 months, because it does crazy stuff. The weird thing is, like, the fact it's changing between ranges, and that's when it plays up. I've been focusing on that that section of the circuitry, right? So I've been looking at the relays, I've been looking at the resistors and the FETs and stuff like that, and everything I've looked at has been fine. I can't fault anything, and it's been driving me nuts. Tom said I'm doing it wrong. Yeah. He's not in here right now, so it's okay. So yeah, this one is it's been a challenge. This is why I just keep putting it back to one side. I will get back to it properly and dig into it properly, but right now I just need to be in the right headspace for it. And the fact it will work is in a way reassuring, but the mystery is, why doesn't it properly? And Tom saying I did it wrong is probably accurate. I probably am doing something wrong. I got one marks too. Cool. Excellent. Right, let's come back here and get a view of me being frazzled. So, we got a lot done today. That T37 is puzzling. Very puzzling. This lighting's gone weird. Right, do that. Yeah. Definitely very puzzling, that T37. But this is why it's taken me, well, I've got 9 videos of footage already, and as you can see, this is going to be a 10th video. 8 are published, I've still got 1 I've got to edit yet. I was hoping to get a more of a direction before I did the 9th one. I was hoping to get something at the end of it so I could sort of give a direction for the next video. So it's like a follow-up going on, you know, a bit of a cliffhanger thing for, oh, I found something, and then moving on. But, yeah, I don't know. It's a shame I didn't capture it on this video, on actually recording footage of the thing working. I wish I'd done that. Yeah. Don't know. Challenging. Just sort of thinking about that thing now. My head's stuck on that, which is gonna bug me somewhat, I think. I blame David. I think David needs to research this and come up with a solution, so he can just email me the fix for it, so I can just go and do it. Oh dear. No, I don't know. Anyway, it's still 1 o'clock now, so that's nearly 5.5 hour stream. I think that's enough. It's a bit short for me though. I mean, I normally do like 6 minimum, but my throat's getting very sore. I've been a bit sick this week, and my throat's been quite sore, and it's flaring up a bit. So, prize giveaway Heathkit Absolution. Oh, yeah, I could do. I could give away something. I've got this multimeter to review. I've got that LCR meter thing. I've got this fuzzer multimeter. I've got LCR tweezer. I've got scope meter. I think I'll probably keep that though. That works alright. I've got the 703 in the motorhome. I was going to put the 706 in there, swap it out with that. I would give away the 703 maybe. I don't know. So yeah, I've got. No, you don't want that one. I threw it on the floor now. What else have we got? Oh, Zui soldering iron. I've already got a few different ones now. I don't need another one. No. I could give something away. This is the next thing I've got to do. I've got to do a review on this thing. This is for Banggood. You'll see this in tomorrow's mailbag. Well, tonight's mailbag in 11 hours' time. The Banggood finally sent me some stuff. So he's got yeah. So it's fine. The if someone does come up with a solution for that and it does prove right, I probably would give them something. I've got lots of stuff lying around here which I'm never going to use, you know, and would be fairly cheap to post. Yeah, I mean, I purchased some Banggood a couple of times years ago. Don't tend to use it. And I used to do a lot of reviews, Banggood. I used to do a lot more than I do now. I had a different representative. And they changed a few years ago. And before then, I've got my thermal cameras. They came from Banggood, you know. So that's where they came from, you know, hundreds of dollars worth of stuff. No problem. And actually, I had to build up a relationship first, obviously, before I could get that sort of value. And it was really good. And then the representative left or changed roles or something, and then I got a different representative. And then they said, basically, I had to start again. It's like, well, this isn't fair. I've been getting hundreds of dollars worth of equipment. You know, things was worth $600. It'd be fine. It'd be, you know, because I established a relationship, and I was only get like $30 items and $40 items. It's like, you know, is this really worth my time? No. And then that representative was only there for probably a year, and they changed again. I've been building up a relationship with them, trying to get something. And it was awful. I've been trying to like arrange things. I wouldn't get them or whatever. It's like never in stock. And then they got another representative now, who's been relatively useless. We kept arranging things. They'd say, "Yeah, I'll send you that." Never gets sent, you know. And it's been going for a couple of years with this particular person. And I think I've had like 3 things out of the 30 items we've arranged. Gives you some idea. And it seems to be, if it's something they suggest, it will happen. If it's something I ask for, it won't. Seems to be along those lines. So they keep on offering to send me things like these cheap multimeters. You know, there's like a $60 multimeter or whatever it is. Well, yeah, okay, it's interesting for the audience, but is it of any value to me? Right? To me, that's going to take me half a day to record a video and edit it. Probably another half a day to edit the video, right? So it's talking about a day's work for a $60 multimeter. Doesn't pay too well, does it? Which I may never even use. So in that case, I'd probably sell the multimeter. So its value to me is what I can sell it for, which is not what it retails for, because it's not new. It's not from a supplier. There's no warranties on it. So I might sell it for 50%, 75% of the original cost, and so it's worth even less than that to me. So yeah, that's why when I try and do review stuff, I try and do stuff with a high value, because it will pay for my time. My time is very limited. I'm very, very busy, and so to me, I want high value items to make that worthwhile, because at the very least I can sell it and effectively get paid for my time. YouTube doesn't pay hardly anything, right? Even if a popular video, I might get $10, $15, maybe $30 on a particularly good video on advertising revenue, right? That's nothing. So yeah, so that's the frustrating bit about doing reviews. So you know, I tend to only I'm working more directly with manufacturers now, like Furnace done some direct stuff with them. They've sent me lots of stuff. Zoe keeps sending me things. Zoe Zotek. I did start talking to Rygo a little bit, but they kind of backed off. They didn't like the shipping costs, because I was asking about a power supply at the time. That's before I got my new Siglent. And I suggested that power supply to them because I was looking for another one. And they were thinking about it, then they said, shipping's too expensive and stuff like that. And then they kind of just stopped replying to the emails. It's like, well, that's great, thanks. So lots of other people are getting Rigel stuff and nice Rigel scopes and what have you. And I don't know if they're always getting to keep them. I think sometimes I have to send them back. I think they're like loaners for doing a review. And I think part of it as well, as I said, I get to keep the item. I think that kind of put them off a bit. I say, well, if you're going to send me something, I want to keep it. I won't be returning it. That's the payment for doing the review and doing the advertising for them is that I keep the item. And so I think that put them off a bit as well. I think they're relying on people sending them back, so it doesn't cost them any money, you know. free advertising, isn't it? So the YouTubers are making very little out of it. I will kind of do that for some people, like Siglent, where I have a relationship with Rob there. I don't know if it's still even here, but maybe it might still be there. It's 10 minutes ago, last commented. So I'll do stuff for Siglent because I've got a relationship with them a little bit, and they might do me a deal on something I'm buying, right? So if I want to buy something, I'll get a discount on that because of my history with them, right? So there is a kind of payment there for that because I'll get a better price. So that works for me. I don't get paid for each thing. Obviously, I'll get, Rob will lend me a piece of gear. I'll do a review video on it, and I'll get a monetization off YouTube. Might be much, maybe $15, $20 maybe over the course of the video, over a period of a year or so. Right, it's not big money, but the benefit is that I'll get the relationship with Siglent, and they might give me a discount. I'll go to buy something next time. And that's the benefit for that one. But a lot of these other ones, it's like, well, I get to keep the gear, that's the price, Yeah. Anyway, the life of a YouTuber. Lots of time, lots and lots of time involved. And obviously I'm working a full-time day job as well. In fact, I've got, was it 5 or 6 jobs? See, 5 or 6 jobs I do. Literally, I have 5 or 6 jobs. One of them is YouTube. So, yeah, I'm pretty busy. A lot of these things are like little things, there's not like much coming from it, I suppose you could say side hustles, as Dave would say. Just a little bit here or there. There's a couple of things in the background just to try and fill another gap. Can I have some lunch? Yes, I suppose so. Yeah, I should go and have some lunch. It's 1:30, and I should stop drinking this and go and get coffee instead. And my throat's definitely getting sore. So, yep, we'll call it a day. I was sort of winding down to it anyway, but I thought I'd just discuss the life of a YouTuber a little bit, I suppose. But, yeah. Okay, we'll call it that. So, thanks everyone dropping by. Give us a thumbs up before we leave. And if you're not subscribed already, make sure you subscribe and check out my playlist of repairs and maybe if you haven't already done that. And car e-waste goodies. Nice. Sounds like fun. Alright, catch you later. Thanks for later. Catch you later. Thanks for dropping by. That's what I was trying to say.